Hello, 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 hello. Yo, cut it out. You maniac. Oh my God. It's Monday. Somebody get me the hell out of here. Hello, 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 everyone. Hello. How are you all? How are you all? How are you all? How are you all? Why can't you time yourself out? I like that. I like that. Asking the real questions. Now. Now. All right, I think I'm gonna go look for a 308 rifle and hope that I can get one with a scope on it. Got the blaze, but I need a scope. Must find a scope so I can play the game. Oh, this game again. The old running simulator. I guess I need to, let me see. I don't even have, this chat program doesn't show me what was said. I'm gonna have to figure out if I can turn that on somehow. What somebody said when they were banned or timed out. So I didn't even see what you guys were doing. Gave him what he wanted. Oh, so he said, time me out. Couldn't time himself out, so he told me to time. I told him to time me out. Ah, I see. I see. Oh man, I can smell my rice cooking. Smells good. Making me hungry. Okay, well, great timing. Server restart. Okay. Just Jack's like rice? Yes. Well, he likes it the way I make it. I don't know if, because I put the chicken bouillon in it. Maybe he wouldn't like it if it didn't have that in there. But he loves that stuff. Which is weird because he is a very picky eater. I've never seen a dog be such a picky eater, but he is. He's very picky. Like I went to the store the other night and I got a small bag of Doritos. And I tried to give him one and he would not eat it. Absolutely would not eat a Dorito. But he loves rice. He loves green beans. He's health conscious maybe. Yeah, that must be what it is. That must be what it is. That's weird though. I wonder why if he's so health conscious he loves cocaine so much. Speaking of, he's throwing up right now. Hang on. Okay. Good for your heart. Oh boy. Technically, cocaine is a vegetable. Ah. Well, no arguing with that. I have no idea why he would have an upset stomach. Especially because he only just puked up liquid. There was nothing else. I have this weird speculation sometimes about him that maybe he gets sick because he has an empty stomach. I don't know if that's a real thing or not. Like if he doesn't eat on a consistent schedule. He has food in his bowl, but for whatever reason these days he doesn't like to eat until he knows that I am definitely distracted for a while. Yeah, Jax is fine. He was going crazy and barking at the start of the stream, so maybe he just got all riled up. This was more clear, but maybe that's just because he had just drank water and an empty stomach. Anyway, he's got food over there. He can eat whenever he wants, but he'll wait for a while until I've been streaming for like an hour, and then he'll go eat it. That might be what it is then. I've also put him on a little bit of a diet. Not much, but a little less food than he was getting. So maybe his food isn't lasting him as long through the night, so his stomach is emptier for longer, maybe. Okay, what is it actually code, man? Or do you still want it to be pronounced cod, man? I know we had the discussion, but I want to make sure I try to say it right. Codeman, okay. Got it. Got it. So empty stomach mixed with the rice cooking maybe just sent him over the edge. Go eat your food, dummy. Go eat. Go eat. Back to fighting zombies. Yay. Pizza rolls acquired. Wow, 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 wow. I don't think I've had pizza rolls in probably gotta be over 10 years. Maybe even longer. You have an excuse because you have kids in the house. Jummy has no excuse. Oh my god. I hate it here. JT, you son of a bitch. Thank you for the 556 today. God damn it. Definitely thought you were dead there. Yeah, me too. Me too. Thought I was about to take a quick trip back to the coast. Thank you, JT. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. Imagine if they stopped you at the register like, excuse me, sir, you know these are for kids. Yeah, maybe they should. Maybe they should arrest Jummy. Straight to jail. Jail sounds good. Yeah, they're gonna feed you some real food in there. No fish sticks. Oh yeah, do they, Jummy? No fucking way, dude. Really? Why don't I get like at least a fucking normal howl or... Oh no. Now I'm bleeding. Load the fucking gun. Oh my god, come on. Man, fuck wolves in this game. Fucking bullshit. I didn't have him. Yeah, I did have ammo unboxed. Why wasn't it loading my fucking pistol? What's going on? Am I lagging here? What's the issue? Do I still have the saline on this character? No, I don't. Dude. Fuck. Wolves. Shit is so fucking stupid. I forgive a lot of DayZ's bullshit more than a lot of people, but the wolves are something I just can't defend. They add nothing of value to the game. The thing is, if you just made their attacks blockable like you can with zombies, then it's fine. Because then you can at least slowly fight them off with like a melee weapon or something. But you can't. So I get like having the fear of being attacked by wolves, but number one, obviously the numbers are fucking absurd because I'm attacked by like fucking 5 packs of wolves a day. Situations like that where they make no sounds, you don't get any kind of warning, are bullshit. And then you can't block the hits is also bullshit. Like, stupid. Do I have water? Okay, I do. Go ahead and drink this. Rice is done? It is. Was the Zojirushi singing? I kind of want to go get a bite of it right now. The only thing that could make this rain situation better is a bear. Yeah. No, isn't that incredible? Aren't the numbers of on rain incredible? This is what, 8, 9, 10, 11 days in a row of rain. Remember whenever I started really liking the game again, I was bragging about it and having a great time, and that was That was what, 3 days straight of no rain, and it was glorious. So fun. How do we get back to those days? Yeah. I mean, I've definitely died because the wolves given me issues before. And I've also killed people because of it. Imagine I spotted somebody down in those woods running around looking for me because they heard all my fucking shooting. I mean, I don't have a scope, so I couldn't do anything about it, but... I think this is my last hope. No luck. Well, I was starting to think that I was going to be able to come here and commonly find what I needed, but that has not been happening the last few times I've come, so might have to change our opinions on that. Him and B Twitch, how's it going? Can you tell us your best moment ever in DayZ? I don't even know where to begin with that. If I had to pick one, I would maybe say the Callendale Goes to Hell clip, where we were the first people, Cal and I, on new experimental servers that had vehicles on them. So we were the first people to drive vehicles in the standalone DayZ. Obviously they were glitchy, but it was funny as hell. So not only were we the first people to get to experience the vehicles in game, so it's kind of like a pretty special moment. But then that happening as well. Maybe if I spent more time thinking about it, I would change my mind into something different, but I'd say it's a pretty good one. Starting to think I might have actually went the wrong direction. These woods are going on a little longer than I was expecting. Me and my friend was watching together and laughing straight through that clip. Yeah, that was a pretty good time. What map am I on? We're playing on Chinaris. Maybe I didn't go the wrong way. I think we're good, actually. Yeah, of course. Thanks for watching, MMB. Appreciate that. What up, Dalsum? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Man, this rice is driving me nuts. It smells so good. I'm gonna have to eat some here in a minute. Rice so good. This is the first game I ever watched you play way back in the day. Yeah, I would say this is probably what the majority of people first watched me play. This game is, well, the mod was where my channel really grew. I think whenever I switched to DayZ from WarZ, I think I was less than 20 viewers, I think. Because I remember very specifically, I was streaming DayZ, and I want to say it was on a weekend. And I hit 50 viewers, and I was just like losing my mind internally with happiness. Like, holy shit, this thing is really growing, you know? No. I meant way back whenever I first started streaming, JT. This was 2013. I feel like I'm pretty doomed on the hunting scope. Maybe if we make our way up to that summer camp I've been looting, maybe we get lucky and find one there. I need to I think I need to grab this mag. Just in case I find a savannah. Heard gunshots. Yeah, the stream grew and grew and grew back then. I think once we started PUBG, I think we peaked. The most viewers we ever had was like either 15 or 20K. Miss those days. Not the game, but the stream. I miss the stream doing well like that. That was a good time. Raining again, you're only missing wolves. How you know somebody just joined the stream, huh? Saw it earlier? Oh, okay. Nope, we're not missing the wolves. We've already dealt with a whole pack of them. Maybe we'll randomly come across a chopper crash that has a nice scope for us. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? More shots. Sound like up at the airfield. I'd fight somebody if I got the jump on them, but I'm not trying to actively fight just yet. I would like to get a little bit more stuff. Good news is we have all the food we really want. I do need to cook it though. So we got to find some more propane. So how many 4-man squads do you think we are going to run into today? There are a lot of zombies down there at that train. Oh, that's the military train. That's why there's so many fucking zombies. What in the fuck? That I don't think that M16 spawning there had anything to do with the military train being up here. I think that was just coincidentally there because of this one military crate here. See, there's another one over here. It has smoke grenade in it. Ooh, is this 308? No, it's 8mm. I doubt I end up with one of those, but we'll hang on to it for a minute. We're done with the military train. I think I want to get up here and like watch out for a minute. Make sure there's nobody around here looting this. Is the train dynamic spawn? It is, yeah. Annoyingly enough, these trains are better than chopper crashes. Can I kill this guy from here? So, I'm worried that I'm gonna fucking get killed by somebody while I'm shooting all these, or dealing with all these zombies. There's so many fucking zombies here. But, only thing I can do is just try to fight them, I guess, one by one. I don't mind to shoot some toward the end, but I'm afraid that if I start shooting now, that maybe if there is somebody like kind of close, it would draw them in. Oh, come on. He fell through the ground, so I can't loot him. That's pretty sick. Maybe I drag him into this building and fight him in here. Oh my god, somebody locked the door. I don't know, maybe it's better to just drag them all to the side of the train and just fight them from up there. Get it over with faster. That is what I was worried about. Cool. Can't wait to spend another 2 days gearing back to where we were. All right, be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. All right. Yeah, we're back at it. Obi Fat Kenobi, what's up, man? How you doing? No. How's it going, Obsidian? Welcome, welcome. Being an adult sucks. Yeah, for most of us. There are a lucky few out there that get to really enjoy it. Isn't that how it goes? I like that now that I've died, it stops raining. That's pretty sweet. I'm starting to enjoy it. I think once my life isn't a total fucking disaster again, then I'll start to enjoy it again. I was hitting a stride of enjoying it. I see the generational differences that our parents saw. It's funny making fun of these dumb assumptions kids. You know, I see it a different way, actually. Where kids are kids, and kids that are ignorant are just ignorant kids. I actually have more frustration and annoyance by adults that should know better. That is my source of frustration if I get frustrated with people, mostly these days. More dumb adults. Yeah. And I think specifically what really grinds my fucking gears about dumb adults isn't even like an adult being dumb as much as it is like people that are not willing to change their opinion when presented with facts that or new information, are just completely unwilling to change their opinion. I feel like that is something that has helped me so much through my life, is being open to changing my mind on things, because that to me is like, that is becoming an adult, right? That's getting older and learning about something new and it changing your mind on how you used to feel and think. And people that are just completely unwilling to do that are completely closed-minded and will never change their mind even when presented with new information. It's just like, what are we fucking doing here? And I think that's probably my biggest issue with how things are now, especially with politics, is there's so much of that. It's becoming way more of an issue with the whole, you know, echo chamber type situation going on in social media, where people just only want to see information that reinforces their opinion or their belief rather than see new information that is contradictory. That just must be fake news, as they say, you know? Fun fact, repent means changed mind. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are so many things that I've learned about and changed my thoughts on as I've gotten older. What's up, iMac? How you doing, dude? It's very strange to me when other people just will not allow themselves to do the same. Meh. Got a case of the Monday miss. Oh, I might die here. Which would not be terrible, actually. Do I want to die? Oh, let these zombies kill me? I might actually do that. Is there a reason for me to live? Trying to think if... I mean, I guess I could run it out. I'm just not expecting to find shit for quite some time. I've looted this area up around here now so many lives in a row that I ended up with jack shit. Can lead a horse to water, but can't make it drink. Yeah. Can I get this? I'm getting the option, but let's see. Is it only whenever I'm stuck walking? I can't. What about from the other side? Oh, there we go. What the hell? Why was I so easy to get it in vicinity? Whatever works. Don't eat dried fat. Yeah, I've learned that almost none of the food that you eat in this game that is like, which is completely fair, right? But none of the like rotten food or any food that would potentially get you sick is just absolutely not worth. Might as well just not even fucking eat it. It shouldn't even be in the game, you know? Waste of time. I will never eat any of it. Ever. Any Tarkov tonight? Maybe, but most likely not. I like Tarkov a lot. I think it's fucking super fun. But we get a lot more viewers whenever I play DayZ, so I'm kind of just trying to do a mostly DayZ with some Tarkov here and there to slowly build up viewership on Tarkov as well, and then we can play more of it. All right. Man. I guess I didn't really have a whole lot, but oh, I'm so annoyed about having to go through this whole fucking grind again. Probably never gonna find another stove. This is the fun part. You know, it's funny you say that because whenever the viewership has peaked, every time I die and I go back to looting, viewership starts dropping. So it's very clearly not the fun part. At this point, I almost wish I could find... I wish I was a modder. That's what I wish. So I could make my own set of servers that fix this fucking game. Also, I've been trying to think on how it would be done. I don't know exactly. I haven't thought of like a really good idea yet. But for people like me, I can never have a tent or a base. And that's one thing I love about Tarkov is it's okay if I die because I can just go again pretty easily. I would love to figure out a way for me to have a stash. And I don't know how it would be done. If I take, because I enjoy more of like a vanilla type experience like this, except for there are some things that need to be tweaked. How would you introduce having a stash into a vanilla experience without it being not fitting? You know what I mean? Because the vanilla experience is mostly like having a tent that is susceptible to people at any time. And I was thinking about, yeah, you could do crazy modded ways where you had a chopper come in and you had to like kind of like the Division style. Like, yeah, you could have a very small stash out of the server, but it was like you had to call in a chopper comes in, you attach it, you have to defend and make sure your stuff gets out. And you'd have a really tiny stash that only held like a few things. That kind of thing, but even that's like kind of a lot, right? I'm not sure how it could be done tastefully. Yeah, I don't like the crazy modded servers. I've tried them. I don't like, I especially do not like base building. That's not the experience I like from DayZ personally. Really think you could find something between this and that? I feel like I could if I kept searching. But then again, we return back to the server issue, right? And having enough actual servers. So that's why I just need to be a modder. Then I can create all of my own servers, have the game do the things exactly as I would like it to. And then I would have, you know, like 6 servers. And that just solves so many issues, you know? Exfil at airfill would be mental. Yeah. Would be. Jummy said he could hook you up. Oh, did he? Oh my god, a stove. Holy shit. Maybe we're okay. I appreciate that, Jummy. Thanks, dude. I think my biggest issue with that and like having to go through this re-gearing process is isn't even like the gun situation. I'm okay with that whole thing. Like I have no issues with reacquiring gear, but there's some stuff that is just so rare that I end up dying spending so much time looking for it. Like things like this stove, you know, I got super fucking lucky this time, but I've literally spent lives where I ended up dying because I was going into these towns trying to find this stove. It would be nice, or hunting scopes, you know, like it would be nice if you were able to target loot a little easier. You know, if I could go around hitting hunting stands and actually get a hunting scope. as a solo player, it's something that is such a big deal. My number one issue with immersion is the emptiness of the rooms. Have garbage in there rather than nothing, or things to craft better items. Yeah, so the issue with a bunch of garbage is just gonna cause performance issues for the game, right? I agree. It would be nice to have stuff like that. But at the same time, that's why I think that Tarkov has done a really good job with certain things that they've done, like looting filing cabinets, that kind of stuff, you know? So you actually are having to like look a little deeper in a building whenever you're looting it, rather than just sprinting through it. And then even the trash in Tarkov has value, right? Because you need it for your stash, you need it for tasks, whatever it might be. There are mods that allow you to do that in DayZ. Yeah, I saw that. Unfortunately, the servers that I've played on are kind of just not the experience that I want. I need to try more, but the rearmed servers that I played on, it was just like way too fucking much. If I keep searching, I'm sure I could find something that was kind of more down my alley, but yeah, I don't know. We'll find it one day. The issue is that most servers don't have like the same popularity and same number of servers as they used to. I need like a good set of servers like BMRF had back in the day. Whereas Chernarus across like 4 different servers and they all share the same hive. That's the kind of experience that I'm really looking for. I don't even know if that exists anymore. I think what'll actually end up happening is I'll probably drag in some of the boys. I know Tristan talked about playing again. And we'll get to that point where like re-gearing will be fine. But then every once in a while I can go, hey, I need a hunting scope. And he'll say, okay, well, I've got one at my tent. Let me go get it for you. So he can go do that off stream and it won't be found, whatever. And then he can, you know, meet back up with me and give me that. And I won't feel bad about taking it because I'll be obviously giving him a bunch of stuff as well to go put back in the tent. I don't want to just be fed gear and experience the game in a different way either. You know what I mean? That's why I don't take gear from viewers in Tarkov or anything. That's part of the experience. But if it's more of like our tent, I just don't go to it on stream. And I'm contributing to what's in there as well, then I don't feel so bad. Can you just hide crates in lakes, rivers, and hoard hunting scopes? I mean, I could. But the issue is, people will always find it. People will know where it is with a loose idea because I'm streaming, and then they will find it. So would be really interested in your opinion about Hell Let Loose. Might not be the best streaming game though. Yeah, so I think the issue is with anything that doesn't, like, there's very limited amounts of growth with certain games. Like, let's take a look right now. Hell Let Loose has 528 viewers total. You know, so the amount of growth that's possible there is just unfortunately not very many, or not very much. Whereas if I compare it to DayZ, DayZ has 7K viewers right now. And let's check Armory Forger. Last I saw it dropped off. Armory Forger is at 1K viewers right now. So yes, I could go play other games that I would maybe prefer or like more, but it's kind of not in the cards for us just yet. I need to grow the stream a bit more. I need to consistently start hitting certain viewership goals. And then once that happens, we can kind of branch out a bit. Smoke is, or sorry, 7K is not even much. Smoke alone gets 7K. Yeah. I mean, it is and it isn't. Like, yeah, if you look at like Tarkov, it's like 20K pretty consistently. So yeah, 7K is lower, but there's plenty of like viewership that can churn in the 7K range that people will come and go through the stream and it will slowly grow. You know what I mean? You have to also hit a certain balance where, like, if I pick a game that has an absolute ton of viewers, but either the game is old or, you know, all the top streamers are pretty established, it can also take a long time to grow. Kind of have to hit that middle ground. You know what? I'm gonna just run over here. I've usually skipped this town because this is death sentence, but fuck it. Get enough food and just run to the fucking airfield as a naked little boy. I do hope to see Reforger continue to grow, and I know that there's a lot of good things happening there, especially with the WCS community, but it needs a lot more. Honestly, what I really just keep waiting for and hoping for is a good BR. I'm really sad. I keep wishing it was Tarkov, but did it. Because that would be like fucking paradise for me. A BR in Tarkov that's kind of linked like Arena is now, where your performance and the things that you do in the BR version help your character in the survival version of it, you know? I really like that they have Arena linked like that. I just wish instead of doing Arena, they would have made a BR. That would be fucking great. I'd be all about that life. To me, that's kind of like, those are games that I can really just put a ton of time into. Like whenever I look at Destiny, I know I make fun of like PvE stuff a lot, but I really like doing PvE content when it's linked and it helps my character in PvP. You know what I mean? So in Destiny, for example, you do raids and all this stuff and you get gear from the raids, guns and whatever that will help you in PvP. I like that a lot. I like that kind of system a lot. And I would love to see that in more games. But I think, I really do think that there's kind of an opening for a slower paced BR right now. Because what happens, or what has continued to happen, is a slower paced BR will come out, and then over time they'll just continue to speed it up, speed it up, speed it up, which is completely fair, to be honest. Even though like it makes me sad when it happens, I get it, because there's only so many things that you can do to like keep a game fresh. And when, you know, it's kind of like natural progression for a game like that to just start exploring the things that it hasn't done before. Like PUBG is a perfect example. You know, the game started out pretty slow, and now, you know, there's people just driving around everywhere and fucking drive-by shooting and all this kind of crazy shit. So, all that means is that whenever one slower paced BR moves to become something faster, then something else could move up and take its place. So, I would really like to see something. I know Reforger's kind of got something going on, but it needs a lot of growth and work. I think it's nice when you can build your character / build somewhat and build your confidence in a PvE setting before doing PvP. The PvP learning curve can be brutal in some games. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, Tarkov does a good job with that for sure. Having a whole mode to kind of learn the game in. I know there are like PvE DayZ servers too. Damn. Okay. No good BR on the horizon. Well, I am, even though it's not a BR, I am very intrigued by the idea of PUBG's extraction shooter. I'll be honest, I don't believe in them as a group of devs. I believe in the actual people that are the devs, like just doing the work. They're great. I don't believe in the decision makers over there to make the game great. Now, can it be? Absolutely. Will it be? I don't know, and I hope it is. I'm not like rooting against it, but I am definitely, after the failures of PUBG, I am definitely in a you have to prove to me that you can do it kind of state, rather than just assuming it will be good, you know? So, I mean, I am a little hopeful that that works out, and that's something that, you know, I am interested in. So we'll see how that goes, but as far as BRs, we kind of talked about this the other day as well, where there isn't a lot of news, but that potentially, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't just see something like Apex pop out again, right? Where Apex came out of nowhere, completely unannounced, no info at all, and the game was basically done when it came out, you know? So hopefully we start seeing more of that kind of stuff again. Do not pre-order the new Battlefield game? Yeah. Yeah, I've been burned enough times to know I will not be doing that anymore. Which feels bad. Feels really bad because they can definitely create something really nice, but it's back again in that corner of will they? And it feels really bad to be in that spot as someone, you know, people, I know a lot of us are big Battlefield fans. You laggy fucks. Jesus Christ. Nostalgia of Bad Company 2 always makes me hope for, or hoping they make another good one. To be fair, they made, I guess Battlefield 3. I know a lot of people have good nostalgia about Battlefield 4, but Battlefield 4 was a giant hunk of shit when it came out too. And they improved it. But they can't afford to keep doing that. Battlefield 3, I think, was the last one that came out that was just solid right from the start. .2042's pretty fun now. Launched as a total disaster. Yeah, it's kind of that same issue. Same issue as Battlefield 4 where it came out. Terrible and improved over time. $21.42. Yeah, I was hoping the new one would be closer to that. Unfortunately, it wasn't, but it is what it is. I have completely just same with like PUBG, to be honest. Battlefield has now put themselves in that corner for me where I'm like, okay, you can prove me wrong. And I will gladly admit it, and I will gladly buy the game and all of these things. But I'm gonna assume that you can't make a good game right now. I'm gonna assume that you can't do it, and I'm not gonna buy or be excited about the game. And then I'll let you prove me otherwise, you know? Battlefield sucks PP. Battlefield does not suck PP. Battlefield itself is a great base. It's executives trying to make money that suck PP. I think it's really weird to me as well because I feel like I'm not a CEO or anything, so maybe I'm wrong on this, but I feel like how are you this blind to like basic economics where he's like, hey, if you make a good game and it takes a little bit longer, let's say 6 months longer, but you make the game good, you make a shit ton more money than you do if you fucking squeeze out a fucking turd of a game and it fails and no one plays it and no one buys any cosmetics or anything. It's like these people have lost their fucking minds on just the basics of how anything works. Wait, wasn't there a double? Maybe it was one building over. There it is. So they take 1942, the DLCs, all of it, give it the new Frostbite engine, leave everything else the same, make billions. Yeah, these people just don't know what the fuck they're doing. Current Battlefield sucks. Cal, you could not possibly feel that way and have played old Battlefields. Not possible. Yeah, 1942, the original 1942. It was, I think it was just Battlefield 2, right? Was the first one that was Modern Combat. And that's the one that I played, and I was like, this game is fucking insane. Love if there's a store involved in the game, whatever the store is. The game could be totally broken, but guess what works the store? Yeah, I almost always will give a pass to that kind of situation, because almost always the people that work on, the devs that work on an in-game store and making sure all that works, not only are they working on something significantly easier than the game, they're a separate team usually. So I don't really ever get mad about that myself. I was never a Battlefield enjoyer, was Call of Duty boy until those started sucking as well. Damn, you are fucking insane. You are insane, dude. Battlefield 2. Bad Company 2. Battlefield 3. I think those three were probably the best. Those three were just fucking incredible. So much fun. Better than Call of Duty. There's everyone hoping for a fight. I think these days it's Call of Duty shits on Battlefield. It's not even close. It's partially the issue that people are still buying these games and accepting the poor quality. There's no reason to change if people keep buying. Yes and no, I think. I don't think people should be shamed for if they buy those games and they actually like them and want to play them. It's fine. I think people being vocal on like forums, in reviews online, I think those are much more effective, because unfortunately it's just not going to be a way. You can't, we've seen very clearly, right, that people are going to keep buying the games, the people that, and there are people that will enjoy them and play them, so it's just not going to be effective enough to just hope that people don't buy it. Unfortunately, it would be great if that's how it worked, but it's not been working, right? So my taste have simply shifted away from those titles. No idea if they're good or bad. Oh, I think my tastes are different than Battlefield now as well, mostly because, like, for instance, for whatever reason, even if a Battlefield is good, it just dies instantly on Twitch. You give it like a week and nobody wants to watch it. That's probably because the gameplay has turned into a bit of like a team death matchy style kind of thing, where people end up doing about the same thing a lot, but that's on Battlefield because they're not doing a good job of innovating. Call of Duty feels copy paste. I will see, this is where I'll disagree with anybody. I think it's crazy to say that Call of Duty has been copy paste, because they've actually put out totally different games that flopped because they were trying to mix it up. Look at things like Advanced Warfare with the mech suits, or like the, not mech suits, but like, whatever, the suits they had, things of that nature. They've tried to mix it up a lot. They put out a badass BR. They've even tried to put in an extraction shooter with DMZ. Like, they're fucking trying, at least. Like, in most cases, if I see a company at least trying, I have to meet them halfway and say, okay, maybe you didn't pull it off, but at least you tried. Also found out by talking to younger generations of gamers that they feel the way about modern Call of Duty and Battlefield like how we feel about older titles, especially since some people first Call of Duty was Black Ops 3 and never played the OG stuff. Yeah, which is completely fair, right? I know some people are gonna like the games that I don't like because I'm like, oh, this isn't as good as the old one, and they're like, yeah, I'm having fun. What are you talking about? And it's like, okay, well, fuck. What do you say to that? So rather than shame people for buying it, we have to just honestly, what happens is things like Delta Force or whatever. We need more, instead of like trying to make Battlefield be what we want, we need somebody else to create a new version of Battlefield that we want. So then both things can exist. The people that like Battlefield as it is now and want to play in that fucking dumpster fire, they can jump in there. And then makes room for someone else. On a pretty wild Reforger server last night, PvE, but has these crazy map elements where you're fighting against hundreds of AI. We did this mission solo, missile silo bunker down in the ground where you have to sweep and clear it. That's interesting. Talking about the gameplay being spawn kill in Call of Duty. But that's the thing. They have team deathmatch, but now they have BR, they have DMZ. Well, I don't know the state of DMZ. Maybe that's changed now, but they've at least tried to innovate. Yeah. Yeah. I think one thing that is thankfully improving is the implementation of crossplay, because with all the console exclusive issue for the longest time, and consoles in general have held back gaming a lot for a while now. So the whole, crossplay becoming a bigger thing is really, really, really good to help kind of repair some of that damage. If you look at like games that are exclusive to PC and devs that are really focused on improving the experience on a PC only game, the updates are just fucking cranked out. Just boom, 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 boom. On something like Steam, But the certification process that consoles have to go through pulled back games being improved so much. It's insane. It's so bad. So then what happens is if a game comes out to PC and consoles, the PC players have to sit and twiddle their fucking thumbs because they won't update the game. They update the game like based on console schedules, not on PC schedules. So it just sucks. Don't know why, but I clearly remember you loved the 42 slot improvised backpack. Yeah, I still do. Still do. That's why I got this burlap sack right here. I think there's a very difficult dance that most modern developers have to go through to make a good game. And there's a line between listening to the community and not listening to the community. That is very tough. Because there's a lot of the stuff that people bitch about and they think they want something, but they don't, and they're wrong. So developers have to, like, it takes a good developer, and Tarkov has done a really good job of that, of holding their ground on some things while knowing when to bend on other things. Oh damn, Cal just really is fucking in total troll mode today, huh? Under a bridge and everything today. All right. All right. There's also, I feel that you have the responsibility as a developer that once you become a known name, you can't get complacent. I don't necessarily agree. I don't think that every game has to constantly not every game needs a constant amount of new shit. I mean, look at CS. Like, you can say you wish that Valve listened a little bit more and pumped out updates here and there a little bit more, but the game doesn't really need a whole lot. So it's not like, I wouldn't necessarily say complacency as much as like, it's okay for a game to just kind of be what it is. Look at classic WoW. Look at how massive that game is. They bring it back out in so many different versions. Classic WoW, hardcore WoW. They don't really do anything to the game. The game can just exist on its own, do its thing, and people can enjoy it for what it is. It's more about making the game great from the start. It's okay for games to exist that don't change a lot. And then there are, you know, then you have room for games that do change a lot, or live service games. But more like if they make another title, they don't just rely on the fame of their company name and actually make a sequel to quality. Sure. But then if they don't put out a sequel to quality, then all the goodwill that they've built up is burned and people don't trust them anymore. So it is what it is. Like, that usually just kind of works itself out, to be honest. Literally look at the sentiment behind the name Blizzard now compared to what it used to be. People used to fucking worship Blizzard, basically, when I was younger. And now people fucking despise it. Like, if you just say the name Blizzard and everybody shudders. Blizzard is what you compared everyone to for sure. Why can't they just release a working game like Blizzard does? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You know, it's funny because I haven't even played the game and I know who, like, the modern day Blizzard is. And it's weird to me that we don't see more companies like that spring up and just kind of fucking take over. As, was it Grinding Gear Games, the people that make PoE? I don't even play the game and I know how well they take care of their community. And then put out a sequel. A great sequel that everyone's excited about, you know? Ah, games. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Okay, maybe we just go ahead and get the job done here. Yo, what's up, Funkum? How's it going? Lots and lots and lots and lots of shooting going on around the airfield, and I don't really have shit. Separate discussion. Do you think the post-apocalyptic Eastern Europe/Russia setting will ever get old? I feel like that setting has stayed cool in games for a long time. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it would be cool to see more like large scale post-apocalyptic type stuff for those of us that are in the US. But I guess it just kind of works out a little bit better over there. Vil Tom, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Have you watched Severance at all? I haven't. I basically watch zero TV. I'll watch a show whenever everyone is talking about it, and I have heard a lot of good things about Severance. So I may try to watch it sometime, but yeah, I don't really watch TV almost ever. Not because I have some like hatred for it or whatever. I just, most of the time I have other things I'd rather do. I watch a lot more TV whenever I'm in a relationship. Or there's just a lot more hanging out together on the couch or whatever. All Pornhub then, huh? No, Pornhub is banned in Texas, so none of that. Naked people are not allowed in Texas. Against the law to ever be naked. Yo, what's up, Labby? In the free state of Texas? Yeah, boy. I sure hope that will get an exhibit in the Texas State History Museum. Imagine. Wow, okay. I'm starting to get it. Okay, let's do that. Put this here. Take this ammo. Maybe take these mags just in case. Ooh. Okay, hang on. What swaps do we need to make here? Let's get rid of the shotgun. Rid of this. Okay. Oh, it's 8mm Mauser. Damn it. Okay, well. I kind of don't want to take this revolver, but I feel like I have to a bit. Oh, damn. I have just like a whole smorgasbord of guns here. Here in WA, we get our porn, but don't even think about looking at a gun. What makes you say the last part of that, Myth? What makes you say the don't even think about looking at a gun part? Oh, like what, in what ways are they strict that makes you feel that they're... Assault rifle ban. Magazines are 6 to 10 rounds. Currently trying to pass a permit to purchase law. Mandatory range training with no infrastructure to back it up. Trying to pass bulk ammo bans and background checks to even get ammo. And if you had it the way that you preferred, what on those topics specifically, because obviously it can turn into paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs. If you had it the way that you prefer, what solution or changes to what they're doing there or ideas would you, how would you like to see that play out? This is not some gotcha question, by the way. This is genuine just curiosity and discussion. issue with WA is that they're being paid by certain lobbyist groups to pass anti-gun legislation under the guise of safety, but at the same time lowering bail amounts for multiple-time felons, lending them out multiple times and not enforcing the laws already on the books. More laws don't matter without enforcement. There's so much shooting that goes on up there. There's random spots. That must be where a lot of people have their camps and shit. Okay, so question for you guys then. And again, this is not a gotcha question. This is genuine, like, just genuine straight discussion. Because I think... How do I put this? Obviously, there are issues on both sides of this, right? Of any topic. And a lot of problems. I think, on the issue of guns, pretty well anybody that wants to like bring up a legit concern, the first thing they're going to go to is school shootings, right? So what are your guys' thoughts? I feel like most ideas that are brought forward on how to improve or try to change that have been pretty terrible or wouldn't be effective, right? So what are you guys' thoughts on that, and what would you guys do to help try to cut down on that? Basically, in my opinion, I feel like I haven't heard any ideas from anyone that I have thought that's a good idea and would probably be effective. So this is something where there's sometimes where I feel like I can come up with a solution to something that I'm like, why is no one saying this? Or whatever. But this is one of those instances where I'm like, I'm curious to hear what thoughts are out there. Because I think the ideas and plans of any politicians that get fucking parroted are just kind of bullshit and wouldn't be effective at all. I start with not allowing people with any mental health issues on public or on record to purchase firearms. The vast majority of mass shootings are committed by people with mental health issues. And what about like you would say it's potential that those kind of people would eventually maybe like if severe enough would be a potential issue for causing problems in another way, right? So whether whether they get the gun a different way or of course that's a good start, right? I think almost anybody could agree with that. I don't know. This is something that, while I do enjoy guns myself, have had plenty of guns, to me, it's like, I think it's pretty important this issue gets fucking figured out. And I'll be honest, guys, I don't expect us to be able to just snap our fingers and fix anything, including this. But I want to see effort. You know what I mean? I want to see effort. And there's basically none right now. And that is a complete crock of shit to me. Really fucking pathetic. So, I like to hear ideas of what other people have. Steps that could be taken. Or at least try. This is actually one of my biggest issues with almost all government, and I think this goes for both sides. I don't like that people aren't willing to try stuff. I don't like that we have become so set in our ways that people are unwilling to even pass something, try it for a little bit, do studies, see the results in an honest and fair way. And then evaluate if we want to keep it, if we want to change it, want to get rid of it. We've been so stuck in not trying to improve things because people are scared of potential results. Like the idea of having armed guards / veterans in schools, but then there's a recent shooting where an armed guard who is tasked with protecting against an active shooter abandoned his post. Or, what's the name of the town here in Texas where the cops all got there? It was full of cops. The whole school was full of cops, and they didn't do anything. So even that has its issues, right? At this point, it's virtually impossible to solve. Pandora's box has been open. There are more guns in the U.S. than there are people. Well, that's a whole nother topic that I'm kind of like, I'm more specifically just sticking on the school shooting thing right now because Yeah. It's easier to kind of like narrow down the discussion a bit. Yeah, I appreciate that, Rage Quit. I think that kind of statement goes a long way to saying that you would like to see something done as well, right? Start seeing some action. What up, Jack? How's it going, dude? What I just come into, it's a school shooting discussion. Trying to get people's thoughts. This is kind of one of those areas where I like to hear people's ideas on things, so I can either inform myself or potentially, you know, if I hear somebody that has a really good idea on something that I hadn't heard it before, I could either potentially adopt their stance or use it and tweak it a bit to something that I feel would be better. And I don't know. I like having discussions occasionally like that, as long as they can stay civil, where I can try to learn and improve my own stances on things. If I support this, I'll lose votes. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big issue, right? That's a massive issue. There's any city schools with metal detectors and requiring clear plastic bags. We use airport security systems at nuclear power plants where thousands of people work every day. Seems to work somewhat. Just don't know how that level of security looks optic-wise to a public school. Kind of hard to keep kids innocent when they have to do that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I think as far as keeping kids innocent, to jump on the other side of that for just a second, I think the world has changed, right? I think keeping kids innocent, not only is it tough, it's just not the same world anymore. When kids can pick up their phone or an iPad or whatever and just look up whatever they want. So I think things have changed, and we kind of have to stop necessarily letting that be a thing, but at the same time, it's not, which I guess I would just rephrase that a little bit in my mind. Instead of saying keeping kids innocent, I would say letting kids be kids, which is more along the lines of just letting kids be young and enjoy themselves rather than being innocent, which maybe is about kind of what you meant. But maybe, hopefully you can kind of see my distinction there. Gun law reform is like my #1 issue. My wife's a teacher. That's completely fair. And yeah, I can only imagine worrying about your loved ones literally every single day. Like that. No, feel free. As long as you can stay civil, we probably won't continue the discussion too much longer so it doesn't get out of hand. But like I said, I'm asking because I'm genuinely Like, to me, I just haven't heard any ideas that I think would be effective. Or, I mean, yeah, you can say a total wipeout of every single gun in the whole U.S. Is a start to effectiveness. Okay, well, you know, obviously that there's a massive challenge behind all that, so it's just I'm not gonna really like. I'm thinking like, what are some logical starts? Because I see zero action happening, and I hear zero good ideas. My 10-year-old has a kid in her class sending nudes. We're past keeping kids innocent. Damn, that is crazy. Holy shit. Work at a nuclear plant. It can be annoying having to go through metal detectors and stuff every day, but it works. You can make it more kid-friendly, I guess. Paint rainbows and characters and shit. To be fair, like, the issue with this is I would love to see any kind of action. Even something temporary like that. The issue is I don't want that to be, hey, we tried this, so we're just going to let it not, you know. Now we're not worried about it anymore. It's not an issue anymore. For me, I would rather, I'm not big on temporary solutions, personally. I fucking hate that. And there are a million arguments I could throw out. But this is a different case, in my opinion, where I'd love to see a temporary solution while we work on something better. I'll just say this. I think abolishing gun-free zones is the way to go. I think the issue with that is we just know that's not going to work, right? Because you can say that it would help some cases, and that's probably true. There would be instances that pop up where something is saved, but I think the one that will always stick out in my mind... God, what's the name of the fucking town in Texas? I'm gonna have to tab out and look it up. Or let me get my phone. Uvalde. Okay. Yeah, Uvalde. When the entire school is full of police that do nothing, we can't. And what was the other one where the cop was in the school and refused to do anything? Like, yeah, you can say that it'll help here or there, but it's already proving now that that isn't going to be effective, right? Other issue is that you have our government regime changing every 4 to 8 years. It's hard to implement or properly fund anything long term. Yeah, I've actually thought about that plenty of times. Maybe it'd be better to talk to like someone very informed in law and law across many countries in history, because I'm starting to feel like I'll put it this way. I was a massive Bernie supporter. Massive, massive, massive. I was so on board with Bernie and almost everything that he was saying. And voted for him all I could. But then, not only did he not get elected, most of the things that he's been pushing for haven't come to pass either. Even though, you know, they're pretty popular stances. Which really upset me because I felt like for the first time with the whole Bernie situation, I was like, holy shit, we got somebody that really fucking cares about people and the country. And holy shit, we might see some real change, some significant change that would result in something. And then nothing came to pass. And it was kind of devastating and made me lose hope in politics for a little bit. But then the more I think about it, that situation specifically and others, the more I wonder if, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. And for things to actually work out, it has to be progress being extremely fucking painfully slow so that nothing too crazy that breaks everything is allowed to happen one way or another. Too fast. I don't know. Maybe that's naive. Maybe that's not the case at all. It's just a curiosity in my brain, you know? Like, after everything. Guys, we can't have this we can't have the discussion if it starts getting out of hand, all right? Keep it civil or we shut it down and we move on. And you know what I mean. Don't act naive or anything. Let's DNC screwed Bernie. They did, right? That's completely fair, but at the end of the day, not enough people came out in support either. So, yeah, if the dude had more time to continue growing a base and such, things would change, but he doesn't. He's too old now, so it is what it is. He just has to continue to try to do his part to improve things however he can. Wait, what's going on here? Why can I not craft this? Okay, let's see. Maybe I need to try this. No. Okay, see, listen guys, listen, we're moving away from, and you can say it is adjacent, it is, but we're moving away from where I tried to keep things specific. If we jump off into the whole guns discussion broadly, then it comes back to the same points of people saying the same stuff, and it's going to get nowhere. no minds are going to be changed. So let's focus. Let's refocus. Refocus the discussion. How's it going, Cage? How the hell am I going to pick this thing up? Wait, will this one work? Am I insane? What is going on here? Why can I not make a suppressor? Does anybody have any ideas on what I'm doing wrong here? Most of us we're on topic thinking things that have worked elsewhere in the world. I mean, you're not wrong with that, right? It's hard to argue with that. Oh, you know what? I see the tape is not all the way full, so maybe there's not enough tape on the roll to actually complete the suppressor. Maybe that's what's going on. You don't need this tape since I have a sewing kit. Yeah, I guess that is a good question. Good man, that I don't know the answer to. Maybe there are others that do. Or as you said, maybe there are some experts somewhere that have shared information on that we could look at. It's not easy to compare what works with other parts of the world because nobody has guns like the U.S. and refusing the amount of guns is unlikely. Yeah, no. It's not saying that would necessarily work here in X amount of time. It's more like it worked there, very effective there, and you can't deny it kind of thing, you know? And it's not as, necessarily as a gotcha, but more like an info point that anybody having a logical discussion on the topic has to include. Damn, I don't know if I even want to put this on here. I saw the thing, I could fix it if I wanted, but I don't... Man, I do not like the PU scope. Whatever. Maybe I'll just keep it on there. don't take care of our vets. Yeah. 100%. I know that there are a lot of people that don't believe in this, but out of all the things that I feel like politically that are wrong and fucked in this country right now, I can almost just put all in the back burner compared to one that is the most important to me, and that's universal health care. And I think what really, like, there's just so many things day after day now that I see. I think the biggest thing is just absolute lack of preventative health care in the U.S. because of it. And it's going to cause so many issues moving forward. I feel like there's almost no compromise on that one too. Like, the more I think about it, feels like there's almost no meat in the middle. Like, let's say perfect world scenario, the U.S. can, and everybody that has guns can keep all their guns if somehow mental health is straightened out and school shootings magically stop happening, shootings go down, whatever. That all kind of like, there's a middle ground that potentially could have been reached and ends in that result, right? Somehow. But I feel like there's almost no middle ground when it comes to universal health care. I don't see how it works otherwise. Anyway, it just kind of popped into my head again. I know that we have it's funny how games like DayZ and Tarkov pull in a very diverse group of viewers when it comes to topics that are like anything political, but also especially when it comes to guns. So for me, this is one area where I've still been very much like, I feel like I've seen and heard good ideas on how to fix a lot of the issues that we have going on. We just continue to not see action because our fucking politicians suck ass. But I feel like I haven't, something that we could actually get, like, yeah, you can say just complete removal of all guns. And I'm saying, like, I would love to see, because it's just never going to happen, right? Realistically, it's never going to happen. So what are ideas that go, you know, long ways toward changing, drastic changes to school shootings? Because I feel like I specifically was curious, you know, ideas that other people have out there. Because I feel like all the fucking answers that are blurted out by politicians are fucking half-measure bullshit. that would almost none of it would ever actually work. This is why I like talking to people to get their thoughts, and maybe somebody has a good idea that just isn't being heard, you know? Most school shootings are not gang related, are general violently related. Even gangs have some moral code. It's always a deranged individual with mental health issues, like you said before. Mental health issue. Yeah. I don't know. See, my issue is, yes, I think that preventative mental health care and all these things could make, I could make drastic, oh, well, sorry, not I. I have zero healthcare experience at all, so not me at all. It was just some, we could make massive strides, but then I see no one wanting to, like, there's not an overwhelming push to make that happen, you know? So for me, I'm like, if everybody wants to point their finger and say it's a mental issue, then why are we not seeing proper, that properly taken care of? I think a large part of it is that there's like, I don't know. I've had a lot of discussions on the universal healthcare topic. And it seems there are people that say that it would fix a lot of things, but then they don't want it. So it's just confusing to me. God damn, how fucking awesome would that be, Evil the Badger? Yeah. I often think about that. What's the one thing? Actually, I'll go a little too far here. Probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think most of you guys can tell where my stances are when it comes to politics and what side I'm more on. That I'm much more on the Democratic side. I wouldn't say that I identify with the Democratic Party because I think there's a lot of bullshit with them. But if I have to pick one, I'm more closely aligned with them. So, with that said, I've often thought about, okay, well, what would it take for me to vote for a Republican again? What would have to happen? And I feel like this one thing keeps popping into my mind. Where if I felt somehow, and I don't know how or why it would ever come to be, but if I felt that I could somehow believe a Republican that came in and said he was going to absolutely get all money out of politics, I think that one issue, if I could somehow believe them and I knew it was going to happen, and they would get most of the job done, if not all of it, I think that one thing could get me to vote for a Republican again. One time. Because I do think once that change happened, so many changes start drastically happening so fast. Never gonna happen. I mean, you might be right. You might be right, but we had this kind of discussion the other day. I do have faith deep down that unfortunately we'll probably come through a massive amount of anger. I can't see it getting there any other way, but I think it could change. But it's not happening anytime soon with the amount of complacency we see. This is a little radical, but you can't remove money from politics if you have capitalism. Yeah, you can. Whenever I say remove money from politics, it's more about just moving to publicly funded campaigns and removing large contributions from outside companies and individuals. I think this is another thing that actually this kind of goes in the whole topic I was talking about earlier with people opening their mind. I feel like while I'm not currently very proud of a lot of the things that America is doing, I still do think that this is the best country on earth and that we can turn it around. But it takes having an open mind and people not being scared away from certain things by buzzwords like socialism or whatever. You guys all know this, right? Most of us are old enough, but a lot of people are uneducated on these topics, where things like the fire department, that's a social program, right? We have to become better together about taking the bits and pieces of things around the world that other countries or other government systems are doing good and implementing those into our own without the scary label. Because we implement a social program does not mean that we're no longer a capitalist society, you know? Yeah, that's another one for sure, Jummy. Making sure that you remove the transition of government serving position or people in position moving into like lobbyists and that kind of thing. Yeah. All parties are trash. Yeah, I would agree with you that the issue is that, and we all know it, and we all talk about it, and this is why I know a lot of people talk down so much on social media, but this is why I don't. There are a ton of fucking negatives and brainwashing and really terrible things that come from social media, but there is an awakening in our country of people that are becoming informed about things because of social media, right? So it is scary, and like there's a large discussion to be had on whether it'll work out and it'll be the right move, but people understanding and spotting and being informed about corruption and about, you know, things we can potentially do to change it and all these things. Like, there are so many of us on the left or right that feel strongly about this same topic. Almost all of us. And that's why I think it will be the thing that finally unites everybody enough that things will change. I do have faith, personally. Oh, Jack, you asked earlier about the Doge thing. How do I feel about Doge? I think a Department of Government Efficiency is a very good thing. That's why it's been talked about and tried to be implemented in smaller ways many times in the past by many different presidents. The issue this time is who is running it. I'll be honest, I would completely support it if it wasn't Elon in charge of it. There are too many conflicts of interest, and we have to, together on both sides, left and right, stand up and call that shit out on both sides. When we have people with massive conflicts of interest, Nancy Pelosi and all of her fucking stock exchanges and all that shit, conflict of interest, we have to together stand up and not allow that shit. He should not be there doing it. And he has proven that he's... honestly, I don't think that he's in a good spot for a lot of things right now. So, get him out. And I'll be honest with you guys. We're gonna fuck up. Alright? All of us are gonna fuck up. We're humans. The right's gonna fuck up. The left's gonna fuck up. But if the right does something that's good, I'm going to applaud that, and I'm going to be happy about that. So if Doge got created, Elon wasn't involved, they started doing their thing, they went about it in a really good way, and if they fuck up here and there and they make some missteps, like, okay, you know, it happens, as long as we can move together to eventually correct them. But an overall thing, it's that it's good, it does good, then I can get behind that. Need to educate average voter. Yeah, we do have a lot of, like, our education system is not great right now, and because of the social media stuff, things are getting worse for sure. The government will collectively bail our corporations, banks, using our tax dollars. This is no less socialist than feeding or housing the poor so they can have a shred of dignity. Socialism for the poor equals bad, but for the rich is totally fine. So true. Fucking fire emoji. Oh, hang on. Let me, I missed the Democratic Socialist thing. What's that on? Oh, you're saying that Bernie and AOC are the left party? Yeah, I mean, maybe that changes, but I would say as of right now and to the past, of course not. Absolutely not. Bernie's many times had to run as an independent because of how distant he felt he was from the Democrats. So maybe they emerge as the new left wing party, but AOC and Bernie from current day behind us or into the past have absolutely not been, like, they've been tiny voices that have gotten nowhere. If you actually just look at the people in Congress, the people with power that make decisions and get things that they want passed, that's all been different people. Now, the Democratic Party is definitely fucking changing right now, and who knows how it's going to turn out. What do I think is wrong with Elon? Okay, so I try to approach this in a different way. Okay? Like any gripes that I have with Elon specifically, there are plenty. But it's all stuff like, hey, if I met this guy at a bar and I saw how he interacted with people and stuff, I'm like, no, this guy's a fucking jackass. I don't want to be friends with that person, right? I'm going to put that to the side because that doesn't really matter when it comes to somebody in a position like this. And the there are plenty of people that are politicians that maybe I think they're a fucking jackass, but they do a good job. Okay? So I'm going to take all the things that I don't like about him and thinking he's a complete idiot, and I'm going to set it to the side and not let that affect my decision because it shouldn't, right? I'm literally just going to point at the one thing that there's too much conflict of interest, so he doesn't need to be involved. And that's all that has to be said, right? And I think if all of us start doing that same thing with politicians on all sides, everything improves drastically. Because conflict of interest leads into the same loop of corruption and money as everything else. If we want to actually act on the words of, oh, too much corruption, blah, 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 we got to start calling this shit out. All of us. Don't get me wrong. I have a massive, I'm sad about all this because I am a big space nerd. So I love to see the things that SpaceX is doing. I love to watch the rocket launches. All that shit is so fucking awesome to me. And I love it. I'm excited for the future of space. I wish he'd go back and fucking focus on that shit. Guys, I know that there's let me put it this way. I could get really fucking fired up and start laying down some real fucking heat. And I could say things that would, shame people, try to shame people on their viewpoints on a topic. And then you could do the same to me and try to shame me on my viewpoint on a topic. But even though things are fucking rough right now when it comes to this shit, I will never forget how my mind was changed. This is very important to me. I'll never forget how my mind was changed because I was raised Republican. I even voted for George W. Bush. That was my first time ever voting, and I voted for George W. Bush. I'll never forget how my mind came to change on these topics. And the big thing that started most of this for me was a college professor I had who was extremely patient with me. And whenever I would talk on a topic and say the other side, because he and I would argue in history class all the time, he was extremely patient with me and explained another viewpoint on things. So while things are tough right now and people on each side can say, can try to shame each other into because of their viewpoints. Trust me, I could go in fucking guns blazing like any of the rest of you. The issue is no one will ever change their mind while being screamed at in the face. It's never going to work, guys. So as much and as hard as it fucking is sometimes, you just have to be calm and talk it out. You're never going to get through to somebody and one person change their mind or see things differently if you're hostile about the discussion. Valiant, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Absolute fucking legend. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. Valiant. $97 total gifted subs. 97. Almost 100. Thank you, Valiant. Fucking legend, man. Appreciate that very, 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 very much. I want to hear the other side. Love to have the discussion off stream. Sure. And that I actually, like, whenever I posted that the other day in Discord, like, do we want to have a drunken political chat night? I was only partially kidding. Like, I don't know. Maybe one day we actually fucking do that. But, I think basically I'm gonna tell you guys something. I think that most of us, and I said this the other day when we talked about these topics, I think most of us have a lot of the same thoughts in mind. We just our thought process, oh my god, am I gonna get sick, has been twisted by other people. I think most of us can agree on the same topic when presented in a framework that it's not being presented in normally. I think most of us agree more than we disagree. It's just that the question's being worded wrong, basically. And I have to find food. I want to like chat with you guys, but my character's about to die, so I'm like, oh, I gotta focus up here for a minute and find some food. Do you know, feel bad for those being misled online who believe? Yeah. There's a lot of. That's what I was kind of talking about the other night too. Is that there's so much information. I think I'm gonna actually die now. I don't think I can live. I might just. I don't really have much anyway. Oh my god, I hit him. Also, I'm... Oh, really? Oh my god. Might just let them kill me and I go again. I like being up here, though. Yeah, so my point the other day when we kind of had a very short discussion on this was that often wonder, I think about like social media, the positives and negatives, and more importantly now where, fuck it, I guess I just gotta eat this or die, huh? While we have the most knowledge that we've ever had, all the wealth of human knowledge is right at the tips of our fingers, there's also more misinformation and things that aren't true than ever. And this seems like one of those like big filters for humanity, where this was probably inevitable in some way, at least how we're wired. Maybe, you know, maybe there's some other intelligent civilization out there in the universe and they are just wired in a way where they're just more compassionate and whatever, and they don't have to deal with this. But for whatever reason, it seems inevitable for us that we have to find our way through. How do we get through?
Seems like we just did this. Who knows? Happy anniversary, Smook.
Yo, Southern Belle. Yep, I'm referencing that discussion a little bit. We got to get through this, right? It seems like it's been bound to happen, and we have to figure out a solution. Like, let's just take a quick example and say, like, okay, how do we move forward from here to where people have a truth to believe and understand the truth? Well, you can't just say, okay, well, the government's going to put up a website that puts out facts on certain topics, and that's where you can go to look for information, because that shouldn't be how it works, right? That's imagine if China had a website that they put up that holds these are the facts, or North Korea, or not every government's trustworthy and will continue to be trustworthy forever, right? So that can't work. So it's like, what? And I don't have any great answer for this, by the way. It's literally just, you know, the things I think about sometimes at night to myself. Like, what would be a good answer for this? What is the way forward so we can move past all of the massive amount of misinformation that's out there right now? Massive challenge. Thank you, Southern Belle. Appreciate the 21 again. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, we did do it, but we kind of got started on it again. It's whatever. I guess people can hate me or like me. It's up to you. If people unfollow the channel and move on because of this, then that's how it goes. Imagine if we had a candidate that was a champion of all Americans for all Americans. What I'm saying is, use the same fervent nationalistic message Trump pushed, but use it for good, not a scapegoat and a demean. Should I need to be here? Yeah, see, that's the thing that I feel like there are probably some of you guys that are like, oh no, I'm 100% against it, wouldn't do it. But I feel like Bernie was our fucking dude, because even people that I disagree with on almost all topics were like, you know what? I don't agree with all of Bernie's policies or politics, but first and foremost, he seems like he actually means genuine good for everybody. And he's not going to allow himself to be corrupted, right? And to me, that was the perfect fucking foundation to start with, right? Show the fucking... You elect somebody like Bernie at that time, you start showing everybody in the political system how much more somebody that is fucking genuine and genuinely wants the best for people is valued, how much that's valued, and how far that will go. Jon Stewart for president. So my issue is I'm very scared about the future of just electing celebrities because they're celebrities and they say something that resonates with people. I don't like that path, personally. The issue is that a lot of celebrities, and it is a little different for him because he at least does know a lot of political things, and I think some of you guys saw how he like went to bat really hard for survivors of 9/11 and getting benefits out to those people and stuff. But it's dangerous going down a path where it takes being a celebrity to get elected, because then a lot of times we're electing people that don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't actually know. And as much as some of us may want to be like anti-establishment, we're gonna drive ourselves off a cliff, electing in a bunch of people that don't fucking know what the fuck they're doing, if we're not careful. So I'm not really wanting to keep going down a path personally of electing celebrities. I would rather us elect good politicians with great ideas. When the bird landed on Bernie's lectern during his campaign speech in 2015, I was like, everything's going to be all right. That did feel like such a special moment, didn't it? Maybe we were so hopeful that we just started reading into things a little too much, but that did feel like a special moment. Guys, you know, if I wasn't a fuck up, so much of a fuck up, maybe something like, it would be interesting to like get involved and like do things. The issue is I am a fuck up, and I don't think that I would make a good political candidate in any way, because I don't know what I'm doing. And this is why, like, it frustrates me, because why is it so hard to say that? Why is it so hard for some of these guys to just be like, yeah, it's money, right? It always comes back to the money, but just, yeah, that's an interesting point for sure, Codeman. Look at the people in charge. Pretty sure you do just fine. You know, I've thought about this before, even though I would never do this. So trust me, this is only just like, you know, just playing out a hypothetical in your head sometimes. I'm sure we've all done it in this or that way. But I've thought about, I mean, if I was ever running for president, what do I think are some effective ways that I could get through to people on the other side? And the more I thought about it, I'm like, why? Like, if I was running for president, I'm holding rallies in Republican towns and I'm sitting down and talking to Republicans. I'm say, dude, I'm here for you. I want to hear your concerns. I want to talk it out with you. you're not my enemy, you know, and say, here's how we're alike. Most of my rallies I'm doing talking to Republicans, you know, instead of trying to rally people on my side. Getting people on my side is easy because all you have to do is just do the things that people want. It's that easy. It really is that fucking easy. I'm gonna go back to my, you know, hometown in Missouri and sit and be like, hey, I'm not your fucking enemy, you know? That kind of thing. And I'm just like, why are more politicians not doing this kind of stuff? What? I don't know. Insanity. I think it would take any good person who wants to be better the lives of Americans. Advisors and secretary positions exist for a reason, to be experts and give when they're given political field. Yeah. That's another thing for sure. That is absolutely correct. This is another thing that annoys me about politicians on both sides standing up on a stage saying something. Like, you know what I actually want to fucking hear from a politician sometime? I want to hear them go, I don't know. But that's why I'm going to have a cabinet of people around me that do know. So I can talk to the people that are experts and say, hey, what's a great idea? What are your thoughts on how we should handle this? You know, I want to hear a politician say, I don't know. Because I sure fucking would. If somebody asked me a question that I didn't know, I would just be like, yeah, I don't know. I need to do research on that topic before I would know. Yeah, I don't know. For me, this is one thing I actually am very fucking annoyed with. Current Democrats. It gets me fucking fired up real fast. People that are current Democrats that try to act like you can't, like people that are on the left, you need to stop criticizing the left. Because if we don't band together, you know, the terrible things from Trump or whatever are gonna take over. Like, motherfucker, I don't care if the other side is gonna burn the whole fucking world down. I'm gonna criticize bad ideas and bad plans on any side. And I am gonna be probably even more critical of my side than any side, because that's how I am. That's how I live my own life. I am more critical of me than any of you could ever hope to be, right? So why wouldn't I do that same throughout the rest of my life? So, with that said, there's not really anybody on the left that excites me right now as a good president, which is worrisome. Like, maybe AOC, but I would rather see her continue to do good shit in Congress for a while. Pete B, old Pete. I'll be honest, I do think that Pete is extremely good at logical discussion, debates, these kinds of things. Extremely fucking good. But I'll be honest, I think the dude would be more the same. And I'm fucking done with that shit. I'm so done with it. Not only is he gonna be more the same, he proved it by fucking dropping out and backing Biden when Bernie was starting to run away with that. And to me, I fucking hate that kind of scumbag bullshit. I fucking hate it. Who from history on the left would you like to see run today? Of course, Bernie. Bernie every time. Bernie is the man I can't be. The dude has been a fucking rock star his entire life and been consistent. For sure, Bernie. I feel like Bernie is one of the very, very, very few people in current politics that you can very clearly see from him that he just truly wants the best for people. I met AOC. She's a lovely woman. And a gamer. But at the same time, as much as I would love to see Bernie as president, the dude is... We gotta stop electing these fucking old people. This is dumb as fuck. I don't know why people keep fucking doing this. Stop. And that includes Bernie. Bernie's too old now. Stop. Yeah, to be fair, there are probably plenty of other people that would be good. I just don't know because I don't have like a deep, long history of politics and political candidates and stuff that I know about. Yeah, 100% agree, Neurobot. I don't think that... I don't think it'll be him. And if it is him, even if somehow he ran and won, it's not what's needed, in my opinion. And I will continue to vote for what's needed. Yo, what's up, Gabriel? How's it going? Also missed the time when presidents were war heroes. Not saying that's a requirement. Yeah, I think what's dangerous about that now is obviously we've got a massive issue with military and military spending, and we can't keep fucking going down that road either. So, and of course they would continue to push that. Well, no meds here means I am going to die. I can kill medical zombies until I die in hopes that I get a drop, maybe. It's kind of my only chance, I think. Oh, okay, okay. That is enough to survive, I think. Right? Didn't I see more? Wasn't there 4? Oh, there it is. Right here. Okay, well, the issue now is we need water, and I don't have any, I don't think. No. I might still die, even though I have meds now. Oh my god, I've had to piss so bad, but I'm trying to keep my character from fucking dying, so I'm just here, stuck. Jasmine Crockett is hilarious. I vote for her just because she is pretty fucking funny. Okay, oh, I am so fucking toast. I know that there is a pond over in this next town over, but I don't think I'll make it. I think maybe my only shot is getting in and looting the cabins here and hoping I find something, because I just can hardly move. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. That didn't help. Oh, I just aggroed 3 zombies? I can't. I'm not going to be able to fight them lagging behind me. I'm dead. There it is. Lags behind me and kills me. All right, cool. I'm going to go to the bathroom now because I've had to fucking piss forever, and I'll be right back. JB Pritzker? Nah, fuck that. I don't care how good you are. No more fucking billionaires. No more. I don't care how good of a person you are. No more. Get out of our fucking politics. Go live your life and do something else. Oh, I don't have shoes. What? I guess I got knocked out in Did I spawn with no shoes, or did they just take my shoes? I need to die, I think. Maybe we can find a zombie to kill me. I really like Tim Walz. Yeah, I like Tim Walz as well, but I still feel like he might be like a half measure. And unfortunately, I think the loss is probably going to taint him too much. But we'll see. He's one of the only people out on the trail actually, you know, talking. Democrats are being fucking pathetic right now. No one's doing anything, talking. No one's holding any rallies. No, just a bunch of fucking losers. Only people out are AOC, Bernie, and Tim Walz. Love the argument that billionaires can't be corrupted because they're filthy rich. Yeah, it's fucking terrible, right? Because how do you think they got there? There are very few like billionaires that are like got to where they are without massive manipulation and taking advantage of people. Question on that: if the financial incentive of making money was removed, like a billionaire, is that automatically a bad thing just because of the wealth? Or is the thought that they would only care about the rich? It's just too many, right? There's too many questions there. Like, does this guy actually know and represent the middle class and lower class? Has he ever experienced and gone through that? Because it's well past time that poor people and middle class people are better represented, right? So that's just the start of many. Okay, well, then you start going down the list. A lot of billionaires, a lot of them, most of them probably, have gained their money through, I wouldn't, some probably illegal, but most of them are just, it's a massive manipulation of people, taking advantage of people in the workforce and these kinds of things. Now, I don't want to say anyone in particular because I would have to look into it, but in almost every case, it just keeps coming up over and over and over again. So it's not a one issue thing of why I don't want more billionaires in politics. It's many issues, many possible issues. Like, let's just cut, like I said, it's like back on the issue of conflict of interest. Could somebody come in that has a conflict of interest and do a great job and not cause issues, not do anything bad? Yeah, of course they could. Let's stop fucking taking the chance, you know, acting like we don't have an insane amount of people in our country. It's not like we only have like 2 people to choose from. We have a lot of people. Let's stop taking these fucking chances on these. Well, let's just hope he isn't stupid. Nah, man. No. You don't even get to be there to begin with. Democrats need to regain the little man vote. They do. And they lost it because Joe Biden and Kamala both were saying basically, you know, not much is going to change. Like, motherfucker, everybody in the whole country wants change. Both sides want change. When you're up here saying not much is going to change, what do you think's going to happen? You're not motivating fucking anybody to get out and vote for you. I told them all that needed to come to our area, or my area. Our rep hasn't had a town hall in 10 years because we ran her out of the last one, and it hurt her little Susie homemaker feelings, calling her out on her shit. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of, it's weird, I guess, how they figured out that they can just still get elected by people only the fact people know their name. And then they don't have to actually come out and talk. And then when they do come out and talk, it's actually hurting them. Weird how that's all played out somehow. But that's politics, I guess. There are 300 plus million people in the U.S. The fact that one person could satisfy even 70% of the country feels like a pipe dream. I would say yes and no. I think they're very, very, very rare, but do I think that at the end of 8 years of Bernie, that close to 70% of people could agree that he was a good president? I think that would have happened. I truly believe that. Whether it would have or not, you know, who knows? Okay. You can say you don't know that. You're right. I don't know that. But Bernie is like once in a lifetime kind of guy, you know? I don't know, you know, when we're ever going to get another chance at somebody like him. Kind of the same thing with when Brett Kavanaugh was going through confirmation for Supreme Court. All the allegations came out about him from multiple women. They're never fully investigated by the FBI. I'm not saying you're innocent until proven guilty, but we're about to give this guy a lifetime appointment. Right. Well, that's the issue there, right? Not so much. It's more like we need to remove lifetime appointments, and we need to we need to add better term limits, all this stuff. And this is all shit everybody can agree on, right? We can all agree on that shit. This is why I say almost everybody is going to agree. It's gotten to the point where people like him will get pushed through because everything is so polarized, right? This is all like a waterfall of things happening where if you remove the money, then people start electing people that are going to do things for them and not people that are giant fucking scumbags just because they're on my team. You know, that kind of shit. It all starts massive waterfall of, or cascade of things aligning as they should be. News Cutter. Good to see you again. Unfortunate timing on you showing up. We're on big political talk right now, but appreciate it, man. Appreciate the 76, dude. Hope you're doing great, man. I miss you. I miss you a lot. One of these fucking days, maybe we'll actually be able to all reunite again. Yo, Dodge Viper fan. Holy shit. 10 gifted subs from Dodge Viper fan. Love to see that. Guys, can we get some W's in the chat? Massive, massive, massive wall of W's. Talk about insanely generous. Insanely generous. Insanely generous. Thank you very, very much. By the way, that puts us at 1,150 subscribers. What a fucking legend. Dodge Viper fan. That was, by the way, guys, just recently joined the channel, and that was the first 10 gifted from them. So now I think it's I don't want to be wrong on this, but you are a new viewer, right? And doing so soon, that means a lot. That is super supportive and very, very kind of you. Thank you very much. I am going to read your question. Don't worry. I planned to. I saw it and I was scrolling back up. So Thank you very much. Super kind of you. Okay, let's see. Do you think there's a chance that one of the largest economies on the planet with millions of individual chances to reroute funds at the IRS level would catch everything? Unless someone with no prior interest how the government was spending our money became interested. Sorry for wording. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you mean by this. Let's see. Oh, I see what you're trying to say. I think, right? You're trying to say you're against, or well, maybe not against, but basically your wording is an argument against a God, how's it put? Redistribution of wealth, right? I think that's what you're getting at. Is that correct? Do you think it's possible that people that don't have money want to have money more than the people that have money want more for some reason? I'll be honest. I think, okay, this is kind of a complex answer. And I think of it this way because partially because I think I am here. So I put myself in this situation. These are the hypotheticals I run through sometimes whenever I'm not streaming and I have time for my brain to work and think about other things. So I think about, okay, let's say I get into a Twitter argument with Elon Musk. And one of the people on Twitter that, you know, they often defend him or whatever says, "Ha, you fucking idiot. What, look at you. You're some fucking loser streamer online who you know, isn't successful in any way, and you have 91 viewers, not even 100 viewers, lol." And, you know, basically trying to say I'm not as successful as Elon. Totally fair. They are correct. I'm not as successful as Elon. The issue is not everyone wants to be there, right? Not everyone wants to be there. Not everyone wants to be Elon. I don't want to be Elon. Why do I not want to be Elon? Well, sure, it'd be nice to have a lot of money, but I don't, whether it's Elon or some other billionaire, people that are rich, just in a lot of cases, do put in a lot of work or a lot of time, right? It's not that I would never say that these people don't, like, it's not, there's nothing wrong with being rich, especially when you've worked really hard to get there. Personally, I don't really care about money. I don't really care to be rich. I'm a pretty simple dude. I just want to live my life, be happy, have money to pay the bills, a little bit of extra money to participate in some hobbies, and I'm happy. So then I take that same mindset of mine. Okay, well, if I think that way, there's probably other people that think that way. Okay, so take somebody working at McDonald's. Maybe there's somebody that works at McDonald's and they know that they aren't super happy with their job, but that's okay. They go to work, they clock in, they put in their time. They don't really care about work. Work is just putting food on the table to them, right? So they're there to clock in, clock out. They're not going to get passionate about the job and making McDonald's more money, right? Because they don't care about that. What do they care about? They care about going home to their family, their loved ones. They have a very small amount of time here on Earth that they're going to live, and they want to spend that time with their family as much as possible, being happy. So work is just what they have to do to survive. And that's it. They don't care about it. There's nothing wrong with that. And this is where in my opinion, our thinking has to change drastically, because we've had too many people trying to demonize people that don't want to work hard. Guys, it's okay for people to not be passionate about their job and want to make McDonald's or Walmart or whoever even richer. Like, sure, they have certain expectations they should hit to make sure that they're working their job, right? Or you get fired, period. That's okay. It's okay for people to get fired because they're not doing their job correctly. But if you're there, you're putting in the time, you're meeting expectations, you're doing your job, you should have X amount of money that pays your bills, that pays your rent. I don't fucking care if you're working at McDonald's or wherever. You should, if you're working a full-time job anywhere, you should be able to pay your rent and pay your bills. Okay? That's just a minimum, right? In the richest country on earth, in the longest lasting government on earth, we deserve this. Everyone deserves this, right? So it's okay that you're not passionate about working and making McDonald's or Walmart richer. You're worried about going home and spending time with your family, and you deserve that. Now, what's the other side of that? What's the other side of that? That means there are people that love work, that love making money. And those people are not evil either, right? If you want to work fucking hard, if you want to make a shit ton of fucking money, if you want to fly all over the world and have crazy big ass boats and do all this stuff, good for you. And you deserve that as well, right? You deserve that as well. People that just want to live their lives and work their hours a week and go home to their family and not bust their fucking ass and sweat their ass off every single day and get run down the road because they're not working some hard fucking job. What are we doing? Just put yourself into that person's life for just a second. Understand they have different priorities, right? They have other things that are important to them. Let them enjoy those things. They have this long. Maybe they pull out of fucking work one day and they get hit by a car and they're fucking dead. Did they get to enjoy the life they wanted? Like did they get to live the life that they wanted to live? Let them. You know, it's okay that they aren't super passionate about their job. And as someone that is and wants to work 24/7 and become super fucking rich, there's nothing wrong with that either. Let them. Let people live their fucking lives how they want. That is just like a common thing that you can apply to almost anything in life. Whenever you sit around thinking about and getting on the internet and telling other people how they should live their life, you need a fucking hobby. Okay? You need a hobby. Because you clearly are not enjoying yours. So, all of that, hopefully I kind of answered your question on a redistribution of wealth. To me, it's not so much a steal from the rich, give to the poor. And it's not as drastic as like kill all billionaires or anything like that. Basically how this would play out is people, you know, once salaries are meeting expectation, and there's a lot that goes into this. There's some like Supreme Court cases that have led to what many of us know, right? Where salaries are not keeping up with inflation and this kind of stuff. This is all like deep, lots of Supreme Court cases, and I could tell you more about it, but I'm not going to try to get into the weeds right now. Basically, if you just have like people being paid what they should be paid, and you have some social systems like universal health care going on, and you have, you know, billionaires actually paying their I don't want to say their share, but it is kind of that. It's like, it's more like saying billionaires and super rich people paying adequate taxes. What happens is then that just slowly kind of works its way out. It's not a tax billionaires to death situation. It's like just tax them a little bit more. And then with all of the other things going on, things just kind of slowly start to get to the equilibrium that we should be at. Instead of the like crazy fucked up wealth inequality that we have going on right now. While I enjoy and agree with your response entirely, it wasn't even close to the point of my question. Holy shit, maybe I should have like waited for confirmation, huh? Holy shit. Okay. So I want to answer your question then. If you can maybe try to phrase it in another way, or maybe somebody in chat can help if they feel like they're getting it better than me. Big one just socially is not saying that a company's value is directly tied to their stock price. Pleasing shareholders, bottom lines versus a company is great because of how well they take care of the people, what they do for their community. Yeah, that's fair. There's no reason a billion-dollar company can't offer employees health care that's better than high deductive. Also removing a 30-year pension plan, devastated entire industrial complex. Yeah, that's super complicated shit, right? Wasn't about to stop you. My bad. You're like, all right. Yeah, just keep going. Whenever you fucking take a breath, maybe I'll let you know you need to stop. Wait, do you actually know, Jack, what he meant? Like any, for sure. I would like to answer the question. Pension plans, 401ks and stuff. That's kind of stuff that you're starting to go into an area of ignorance for me. So it's tough for me to really comment on a lot of that because I would need to do more research so I can understand how I feel, where things may have gone wrong, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think so, Wickedella. I think so. It's been okay. We had a couple people popping off, and I get it. As long as you have your moment and you kind of relax a bit. This shit is fucking very hostile sometimes, right? I get where people have views and they get riled up because it's kind of been that way. But I do think that a discussion can be had in a civil way of a lot of these topics. And like I said, even though things are more polarized than ever, nobody's changing their mind getting screamed at in the face. Never gonna happen. You're only entrenching that person into their beliefs. I'm trying to figure out what he means when talks to Twitter. Good luck. Is the intention behind what Doge is trying to do rooted in actually stopping fraud and wasteful spending in the government, or do you think it's a smokescreen for making the rich more so? Ooh, okay, that's a good question. Got it. And that's, yeah, you much better understood. Hopefully I can approach it better. I think it's a little of both. I think there are probably some good intentions there, and this is just purely speculative, right? I don't have proof of this. I just look at how Elon is and how he's, as of late. I say this as I used to be a big Elon fan, mostly because of SpaceX, and I had many discussions about Elon. I defended him in many instances, but he has changed a lot, and I don't feel that same way anymore. But I would say that there are probably good intentions, but there are also a lot of things that they're doing that is very much about enriching themselves, right? Didn't mean to hijack chat. No, it's good. It's good. It's fine. Yeah, we're just chatting it up. Yeah, that's pretty messed up, Code Man. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I think, okay, here I can give you a couple quick examples of why Doge is not purely good intention, right? First of all, if Doge was purely good intention, Elon would step down immediately because he would realize what a conflict of interest it is, right? We discussed that. Moving on to the next one. I don't see proof. Like, for instance, I watched a video of him and a guy doing, I don't know, this was somewhat recent, where they got on stage and they were talking about how they found how much money, or how many like social security numbers have been given out to illegal immigrants and stuff. And I see a graph that they put up. That's not proof, guys. Here. This is how effective this is. All right, you ready? You ready for my proof of, let's see, what's the topic? All right, here's proof of how much bigger my dick is than Callendale, all right? Cal. You can see this here is many inches. And this is not many. This is proof, guys. This is why this shit does not work. You can't just throw up a graph. That is not proof, guys. And I'm not trying to discredit. Maybe what they said is true. Okay, so then approach all of this in a way that isn't just trying to own the libs, right? Because here I'm saying I agree with Department of Government Efficiency when done right. Okay, so do it right and say, hey, I'm reaching out across the aisle. I want you guys to know that we're gonna do this for you. So here, I'm gonna send out all of these reports. It's gonna go over all the facts. It's gonna be easily downloadable from whatever website. I'm gonna have, weekly updates or whatever. All of these steps. I'm gonna go to Congress and I'm gonna give them all of this proof, and I'm gonna have a discussion with them. Like, here, this is where this is wrong, and all these. Like, go through. Instead of trying to like flex, like, oh, look at me, I'm big tough, I can do these things and nobody can stop me, which is what's going on, right? So that's why it's not pure good intention. Could there be good intention there? Of course there could be. Of course there could be. but it's not purely good intention because and you can say, okay, well, he has the chance. He doesn't want to go through all of that because that's what slowed people down before. And that's why things weren't successful before. Well, you're obviously getting to do what you want now. You could take just a little bit of time out to like say, hey, here's the proof. Here's what we're seeing. Here's, I could do the same thing and throw up another graph and say, look how many millions we saved. That doesn't mean anything. So, my issue is a lot of it is specifically with Elon because I've seen how he's changed. And I do believe that he used to be somebody that was he cared a lot about people and the future of humanity. And he was pushing boundaries. And you can say no, you can say this or that in the past. And he was just saying sweet things. Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe not. But now it's very clear that he's very hostile. He's saying like he's intentionally attacking people on the internet and trying to hurt their feelings. And you can say, oh, my fifis, whatever. Like, basically, I'm just trying to point to the guy has changed, right? The way he handles things has changed. So I can't say that he has good intentions anymore. Where I think that in the past, it was much easier to make that case. How would you prefer the proof to be provided to you? So the issue on this kind of stuff is, you're right, there is no perfect way to handle this kind of stuff. And what ends up usually happening is you make it accessible to everyone, and then people that know the numbers because they're more involved with that also grab it, and then maybe it's YouTubers, maybe it's certain news outlets, all these things. And before you say fake news, I'm not pointing to you directly, I'm saying anybody. Guys, whenever you try to like form an opinion on a topic, you can say fake news, but that's not you. If you're really trying to educate yourself on a topic, you don't just go, oh, CNN says this. You go, okay, CNN says this. This watch tons of different YouTubers. Like, I think YouTube is a super valuable asset. If I'm trying to learn about something, dude, I'm watching 1,000 YouTube videos. I want to know what everybody's saying. If I'm looking for a new airsoft gun, I want to know what 1,000 different people had experiences were with that. Who had one? Like, whenever I go to Amazon, I check the top reviews of a product, like the top best ones, and then I also check the bottom ones. But you can't always trust that, right? And this is how I actually, one of my big things with like apartments, and I talk to you guys about this, like whenever I'm in search for an apartment, I'll always read all the negative reviews. But the thing is, you can't trust all of them because a lot of people will leave a negative review whenever they're angry, right? Something happened that, and do we all know that there are some fucking crazy people out in the world? Yeah, we all fucking know that. So do I think that somebody that is angry for no reason, some fucking crazy dumbass is mad for no fucking reason and left a bad review? Yeah, I think that's fucking possible. So I take all that shit with a grain of salt, but I'm still going to read all of them, right? So I'm going to read through that information myself. Hopefully it's available on like a website, basically. A particular website. Previously it would have been available straight from the government website. So then you get it and you read through it, and then there are going to be parts where you're like, I don't really understand what they're saying here. So then you reference a YouTuber or this or that person. I think here's another important thing that I've been trying to do in my life, and I definitely suggest other people try it as well, is that whenever a news or something important comes out and you want to like, okay, I'm learning about this, I want to know how to feel or whatever, a court case or whatever, read the information yourself first. Okay. Read the information yourself before you go to someone else, because a lot of times what happens is you're going to subconsciously follow in with this person's viewpoint or thinking because you listen to them first, right? Instead, read through it, take in the information yourself, try to form your opinion, say, okay, well, this seems how I feel, but I need to know more. I want to know how other people feel so I can maybe say, that's a good point. But like I read through Reddit, don't go to Reddit and react off the comments. I don't agree with that. I think it's okay to do that. As a matter of fact, a lot of times whenever some news comes out on either side, I'll read the top of liberal sides of Reddit, and then I'll also go to the conservative side, because a lot of times there'll be something that's going on in a bill or whatever that you won't even fucking know about until you see information from the other side, right? So basically it's all a giant process, right? And this is only one aspect of Doge. This is only one tiny aspect. Like we could go on and on. I don't think Doge specifically. Okay, so if Elon was only trying to get into the government and make himself rich as fuck, it's not going to be done as much through government efficiency, right? He's going to work more on expanding the contracts that he has and that kind of stuff. That's how he's going to make himself richer. So I don't think that Doge is exclusively about making himself richer. Hopefully you can see my point. Just had a kid and it's been a nightmare finding good info on vaccine debates. It is, yeah. That's actually, it's funny that you said that. I watched, do you guys ever watch the Jubilee videos on YouTube? I watched the one on vaccines last night. The doctor debating 20 anti-vaxxers or whatever. That was pretty good. Actually, watching that, one of the biggest takeaways I had from that is how much work I still have to do on myself. Because that guy was so fucking patient with those people. And whenever he wanted to fucking windmill style dunk on their ass, he didn't do the like gotcha face or none of this exaggeration, like none of these weird faces. He was just calm, made them feel heard, and then presented his side of the argument. And I'm like, man, I still find myself, somebody says something dumb in chat and I'm like, motherfucker, how about a 10-minute timeout, you dumb son of a bitch? Oh! Oh! Woo! You know what I mean? So now, I think it's more fun to, you know, it depends on the topic. If I'm having a discussion like we are today, it's important that I don't do those kinds of things, right? Because that's how things flare up and get out of control in the chat. He honestly didn't seem like the right person for the debate. He doesn't even know what Fauci's done. I disagree with you. Actually, I think that that's what made him perfect for that debate, because he went there as a doctor. not some political, and that's what he kept trying to say. I'm not political. I will tell you there are mistakes on, you know, both sides or whatever. I'm not trying to be political about this. I'm trying to tell you factual information from a doctor that works in a hospital and how we try to help patients get better. Yeah, it is very honestly. I think the one that blows my mind the most is how masks got politicized. And I know that people are trying to say it's a form of control and stuff. Like, what control is there? Guys, we're just trying to not die. Like, we're in the moment and we're trying to do anything we can to not fucking die. Can we not? I don't know. That's one that just, I just don't understand. Like, yeah, some of the stuff wasn't effective, but are we not gonna just try to not die? Well, guys, are we out here dying of COVID to own the libs or Republicans? Is that where we're at now? Yeah, I think there's a line, right, where you say there's too far, which is like actual anti-vax. I think most of us understand in like modern society that's a little bit too far. There's a difference between anti-vax and being a skeptic, right? Being a skeptic over basically everything in your life is good. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's the other side of that where, no, Kramen, like, no, you will do this. You, like, this is how it's done. No questions asked is wrong as well, right? Well, how many people did we chase away in our discussions today? Yeah, hearing this measles outbreak in Texas has me fucking like, oh God, what? It's funny because I think almost everybody is kind of agreeing on the topic going on now. Guys, we need extremely deadly diseases going around at all times because whenever the aliens land, it will kill them for us, just like in War of the Worlds, okay? We need extremely deadly diseases that we're all just like, that didn't hurt me, as our last and first defense against attacking aliens. Or the worlds, but the tripods also come to the Texas healthcare system. Oh, shit. Yo, Supervillain, thank you for the gifted sub out to Evil the Badger. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Love to see it, love to see it. Appreciate all the support today, guys. It's been a spicy stream, no doubt. Oh, Linnaeus, I'm not sure if you're still here, but I think I didn't shout out your 6-month resub because I was mid-heated discussion. So I hope that you're still here, and I apologize. And thank you for the 6 months as well. Thank you, thank you. What? I don't know that I've ever... Do these actually spawn here? Did someone drop it maybe for, that's probably what happened. They probably dropped it for like a tundra or something. God damn. I love it's funny how everybody's just agreeing and like kind of talking back and forth to each other about the vaccine stuff. Yo, Wickedella, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Almost fell for it again. It's not showing me all of them to start with. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Wickedella. That is 275 total gifted subs today. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm joining. I'm joining. I'm joining. Thank you, Wickedella. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. My flu shot yearly. No, since my mom cancer has been. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Very sorry to hear that. Fuck cancer. Let me ask a question. Do you think the people that don't want to vax and don't want to vax their kids should be forced to vax? No. No. I said this before, and it will apply to everything. Everything. And if you hear me say otherwise sometime, call me out on it. Call me out on it. People should be allowed to live their lives the way they want. Basically, the side part of that is as long as they're not hurting other people, right? So, this applies to vaccines, even though I very much believe that everybody should be getting vaccines. Guess what this also fucking applies to? Abortion. Okay? If you want that on one side, you have to give it on the other side, right? That's how it goes. Now, do I think that vaccine situation is different? Yes. It's very different because you're going out. Like, for instance, if someone doesn't want to vaccinate their kids, that's a choice they can make. Do I think that that kid should just be okay to be allowed at public school? That's a discussion to be had. Probably not, because if you're sending a kid not vaccinated to school, that has a massive potential to get other kids sick at school, right? Oh God, there's two people. Hopefully they don't have anything, so I don't think they're gonna try to kill me. Hopefully.
Do you have food?
Oh, hello, can you hear
Hey,
me?
man. Yeah. Do you have food?
I don't have shit.
Okay. Good luck to you, bro.
I have a t-shirt if you want that.
No, that's good. Thank you.
All right, good luck.
You too.
They're not allowed at public school if they're not vaxxed. Good. That's for the best. Let's go to the COVID situation. Do I think everyone should be forced to get the vax? No. Do I think that there are consequences that come from that? Yes, of course. Absolutely, right? Basically, if you don't want to get the vax, fine. But understand, you're probably not going to be allowed into certain restaurants and stuff while things are bad, right? Once it cools down and back to normal, okay. But that's just going to be how it is. People were just, especially then, they came so fast. People don't know what's fucking going on. People just want to live, and they're doing things. They're just trying to live the best they can. That's exactly right. Understand that if you want to do those things, like exactly just exactly as Supervillain said it, live in the world that you've created, and you have to live with those decisions as they are. I think it's very clear. Anybody that's being like honest on the topic, it's very clear that vaccines can have side effects. It's very clear that vaccines in some cases can, through complications, cause death. It's very clear that vaccines are not 100% effective. Like, it is very clear on a lot of these things. Anyone saying otherwise is just being dishonest. But this is the world we live in, and this is what we have to do. Because it's all we know, right? Like, look at how we look into the past, and we look at how they were handling healthcare in the past, and how we feel it was so barbaric, some of the things they did. They were just doing what they knew, right? People are just trying to not die. People are just trying to be healthy. And unfortunately, mistakes are going to be made along the way. We just have to do what we, do our best to try to learn at all times. Education is so important on every topic. Learn the best we can, teach and research the best we can, and make the best decisions we can based on that. And then continue to iterate that same process over and over. What does that mean? World they created. Like the Amish or Mormons, for example, like they have, in a way, you would say that they've like created their own world, right? Like they this isn't an extreme example, but it's like prove your point. They choose to live their lives the way that they want, and they live basically, in a different world because of that. Who are notoriously incredibly healthy and do not vax. So this is something to look into. They're largely crediting the massive measles outbreak because of the Mennonites. Sorry, Mennonites, not Mormons. Now, there's a lot to that, right? And there's a lot of discussion to be had there, but to say that that isn't potentially a thing, I feel like is just also being dishonest. Basically, as much as, whether we like it or not, there is a bit of an unspoken social contract, and to do certain things, interact in society, there are certain things that end up coming up, right? And that can be like a really cold-hearted truth, but it is where we are now. And now there's the potential of massive measles outbreak going on in Texas, mostly spurred on by people that didn't vaccinate. So now, here we are. Curious if this is nature of population density, because when you get out of dense cities, that idea changes drastically. What do you mean specifically? What idea changes drastically? Need for vax, social contracts, etc. Sure, that's fair. The issue with that is, I think most people, there's a it's like, I don't want to say, maybe that doesn't exactly apply. Let's see. How do I put this? I think that there is a lot of so not everyone, but there is a lot of, that is like common thought, as you said, right? That when you get out of cities that you feel, a lot of people feel differently, you know. Well, the issue with that, one of the massive issues with that is that maybe they recognize it, maybe they don't. I'm going to say that most don't. They don't recognize it, and they don't want to give credit that rural areas, like, they're subsidized basically by cities. Cities are where money is made. In our country, the cities are where the money is made. The blue states are where the money is made. And a lot of that money then moves on to supporting the other states where money is not made as much. So you can feel as though there's different societal expectations, and there are a bit, right? But at the same time, a lot of like the things that people in those areas can appreciate, a lot of the money that flows into their area through their states, government and things is a product of cities and the lives that exist in those cities and jobs in those cities. Sure, there is some money that comes from rural, but the amount is very small in comparison to the large cities. It's worth noting in this discussion, official position of Mormon Church is pro-vaccine, supports immunization. I was wrong. I misspoke. I think I said Mormon, but what I meant to say was Mennonite, which is like, I don't know the difference in the two. I used to know, but I don't remember the difference between Mennonite and Amish. I feel like natural selection is going to take its course. I think that's like, sure, you can say that, but at the same time, I feel like it's like a funny haha between your friends to say, but if you're being like honest about the situation, nobody wants people to die, right? I don't want people to die, and more importantly, I understand that they have those concerns. They're not just trying to be stupid for the sake of being stupid, right? They have concerns, and they feel as though their concerns are valid. Oh my God, is there a fucking wolf? And in a lot of cases, there are points that they can make that are very true and are valid. Do I have anything to fight these guys off? No. Bill Gates does. What a weird, that it's so weird to me that the whole Bill Gates thing even exists. That is crazy shit. I just have to sit here until these wolves leave. Sorry, guys. keep clipping through the wall. They've left before when I've done this. One time. So I'm assuming it will happen again. But with this guy fucking sticking his head through the wall, maybe not. I don't fucking know anymore about this game. Making homemade queso. That sounds really fucking good. What all do you put in it? What are y'all talking about? Current topic got to vaccines, but I'll be honest, I don't really like talking about vaccines much. So I think it's not nearly as two-sided as many other topics. It's mostly pretty one-sided. With some, yeah, you have some points. There have been fuck-ups here and there. And also, I'm still a little peeved off about the mask thing. What in the hell is this, man? What mask thing? How wearing masks got so politicized? I don't know if I should start trying to attack this guy. Maybe because he can see me, he won't go away. Maybe I should move to where it won't clip through the wall. Making guac too? Fuck yeah. Now we're talking. Simple, just like butter and flour, then milk and cheese. Some jalapenos, that's it. Okay. That sounds pretty damn good. DEI stuff? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that one's still a little too fresh for me to talk about. I'll be honest, guys. I really do not like when it frustrates me a lot whenever people only care about something because it's the headline in the news going on right now. So everybody all of a sudden has an opinion and they're just yapping some fucking crazy shit. That annoys me a lot. Like, you're only talking about it because somebody else on the fucking news was talking about it. You know? Otherwise, you wouldn't even really care. On many topics. Once it gets to that point, I feel like a topic is like kind of lost the plot a little bit. I've made that joke often. Okay, guys, it's Monday. What do we care about this week? Yeah. I see that on both sides, and it annoys me a lot. I've gotten in arguments with people because I'm just like, you don't fucking care about this. Why have you never, you know, you only care about it because they said it on the news? Like, well, I'm assuming none can. Maybe they can see me because of the windows and they pass. I don't know if that's even what triggers it. They can. It's because they see me. Maybe I need to try to run into that greenhouse. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, that's interesting, Butto. I actually, that's something I didn't know and learned last night. Was that that's like a factual thing? Because apparently people were on this Jubilee video were trying to be upset at Bill Gates because he said that when we improve vaccines and stuff in Africa, that the population would decrease. And they were like attacking him for that, when in actuality the facts are that whenever you reduce the mortality rates, there are less kids being born, so population decreases, which is interesting. So it wasn't a malicious thing that he was saying. The not having kids thing is going to be a problem soon, and it's not ever going to be a problem. It will never be a problem because it can, all of these can easily be dealt with by a competent government, like even like a shitty one. Massive tax incentives, which we're already seeing start rolling out. These kinds of things are easily dealt with. This weird thing that this like crazy infatuation about that from people like Musk is insane. Even if population decrease across the world, it's not like we're all just gonna die off. That's not how that's gonna happen. And also, you want to know something that actually really fucking annoys me on this topic? I might get a little heated here for a second. It's all of these people that are complaining about population dropping off in the US while wanting to kick out how many millions of people out of the country. It's the same people that have that argument. That really fucking grinds my gears. That goes to show that they don't actually give a fuck about population at all. Well, I guess I can't fucking wait these wolves out, so... The real upcoming problem will be robots taking jobs in AI. Yes! That's the shit that's a coming real problem that is so fucking annoying no one is talking about this shit. Yet again, we're gonna have to be reactionary over this shit. People are gonna fucking die. People are gonna starve. It's gonna become a giant fucking issue. Instead of being proactive and like educating people and putting them into areas where are less likely, you know, to see AI take over and... Oh, God. Instead, we're fucking worrying about what other people do in their fucking bedrooms. No. I have talked before on this about that, like, because Elon was mentioning the whole AI thing, not before anybody, but he was trying to stress urgency before. Yeah, like, of course, anybody that understands this, no, are you fucking serious, you fuckers? Knows that is a coming issue. This is why people that want to be against social programs, like, you can do that all you want, but we're gonna get to a point where things like universal basic income and stuff has to be considered. These are things that are coming. And it might literally get to a point where the government has to just give people money, weekly checks, stuff like this. Now, you know, potentially that could be avoided if... What in the hell? We were proactive, but we are not even close. Oh my God, he was in here, in the floor, or what? He went upstairs? Damn, I should have went up there and checked. Would have been nice to kill his ass. I don't have a ton of bandages left. Do I have any shots at all in this thing? 2. Yeah, instead of embracing what's coming with AI and being happy about how it can make all of our... You gotta be fucking kidding me. After bleeding twice from the fucking wolves? I might have to kill myself again, to be honest. No, you're trapped in here with me now, bitch. Die! Thank you. Alright, who's next? Come on in. Surprise, bitch. Next. Wait, did they leave? Reacher season 3 goes hard. What the fuck? That's not political at all, Jummy. Fucking timing you out. 60-second timeout. Come back with a controversial political opinion. But season 3 does go hard. Do you feel like deport them all and the we gotta have more kids people are saying both those things in tandem or two separate issues? I think it's they don't understand what they're saying. Like legitimately. They're not thinking things through. I think I'm gonna die anyway, to be honest. Because I'm low on health and I have no food and I'm probably not gonna get food. I think they say both things without really thinking about how they're connected. Say I'm one of those guys, help me see it. Okay, so if you're that worried about population in the US, why are you trying to make it worse? You know, instead of so it's a deep rabbit hole, right? But basically you can empower your own economy and propel your country forward. You have that opportunity instead of not doing that. Hang on just a second. I can eat wolf fat and not get sick, guys. For sure. If I cook it? Okay. Entering the country illegally, making them criminals. I would say that under the definition, there's no other way that you could put it, right? It's illegal. Now, you can spend stupid amount of money pulling something damn near like a something that would look like Hitler and the Nazis, dragging people out of their homes and their neighborhoods, separating families, sending all of these people out of the country. Or you can use it to absolutely make your economy a fucking powerhouse, put everybody to work, and become... Oh my god, did I drop my stove? Where's my stove? Wait, what? Oh, it's there. Okay. Basically, it's like, okay, so we're in a situation that not everybody's happy with. Why not just kind of like making lemons from lemonade? You know what I mean? So perhaps the argument isn't kick them out. Make it easier for them to get here legally. Oh, you're not going to hear any arguments from me on that one. For sure, of course. But there still are people here, right? People that are being absolutely villainized in some fucking insane ways. Oh, hang on. I gotta give Jummy his mod back. Yeah, this is exactly, Cal. This is something else that people don't understand is immigrants here, the illegal immigrants, a lot of them are paying taxes. They're paying taxes. They're contributing a lot of money into our economy, and they get nothing in return. They do not get access to any programs, and they can't vote. So trust me, I understand your point. You're right. These people here are illegally. Why lose an insane amount of money of sending people out whenever we can empower ourselves and make money? There are people coming over in droves currently. Well, then why is if there's some magic solution to this? Trump's in charge and he's got everything he could want. Why hasn't he fixed it? That's because it's not easy. It's not an easy fix, like people make it out to be. I think the argument is that they are taking the jobs and we have homeless people and unemployment rates the way they are, all while we have people making more money off unemployment. Okay. Why didn't the homeless person go get the job then? Yeah, I'm headed to the well, guys. Make sure to wash my hands first. Take it easy, Southern Belle. Yeah, unemployment rates are, well, I don't know where they're at now, but right before Biden left, they were almost historically low. Been following you for like 8 years. I've never heard you talk about politics. Glad to find you have reasonable views and aren't crazy. Yeah, I've avoided it for a long time because it is a thing that can drive people away, right? We've had people, I know people already have left because they don't agree. And it is one of those things where, yeah, I can just shut my mouth and go about things, go through the motions, or I can try to do my part to shed some light and numbers and things. I don't know all the numbers. I'm not educated on every topic. I'm ignorant in many. And I will change my mind on many. But I'm also older. I've hopefully a little less dumb than I used to be. And these are important things, right? Important things to talk about. And they're interesting things to talk about, mostly because I like learning and potentially changing my mind as well. And if I can't talk to people in a reasonable way, how am I ever going to learn and change my mind on a topic, you know? This discussion today literally started off of me. Like, I'm genuinely curious to hear what people's solutions, like, to school shootings are, because every solution I hear so far is terrible. And this is becoming more and more of a thing that needs to be stopped immediately. You can speculate all day as to why, but drugs, people getting food stamps, people being okay with having basically nothing. You can't say why people do what they do, but an overwhelming number of homeless are also using some sort and have their own set of issues. Also, paying people under the table is a large portion of some of the labor. Okay. I'll put it this way. If I'm gonna be mad about abusing the system, I'm not going after the people on the bottom first. The amount of money that they abusing the system and taking advantage of potential things like welfare and stuff is tiny compared to the people at the top. If I'm going to go after people that are abusing the system and really fucking people over, I'm going after the motherfuckers at the top. Like, fuck them. I'm absolutely, and sure, you can say, okay, well, then, like, we have to point out things, like bad things wherever they are. And you're right. You are right. My point is, like, this is one thing that maybe it will just always be a disagreement with me about, guys. The amount of people that are living off of welfare their lives are in fucking shambles. I just don't. If, you know, money that I pay in taxes and stuff goes to people on welfare and some of it gets abused in the system here or there, guys, I'm just not going to care. I'm not going to care. Actually, here, this is kind of like how and why. I talked about this on stream a couple times, but I'll break this down. So I was raised very Republican, as you guys have heard me say many times. So I was also raised, you do not give money out to homeless people because it's a scam and you're enabling them, blah, 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 you know, all that stuff. That's how I was raised. Never did. Then I kind of changed my viewpoint, and as I became more of a Democrat, I'm like, okay, I want to support these people. You know, I'm going to give them some money here and there, blah, blah, without thinking like too deeply on it. More of like, I just want to help people out. So here's $10 or whatever. Then I moved to Austin, and I had homeless camps right down the street from me. At the time, I had a girlfriend, and I was worried to death. I was worried to death myself to go outside, because there were people going down the street on drugs and stuff. And then I became kind of like the other way. Like, okay, I don't want this. I don't want these this going on near me. This is unsafe. I feel unsafe, and I feel it feels really unsafe for my girlfriend to be coming over. I'm walking her out to her car every night. These kinds of things. So then I kind of went back the other way again, where I'm like, I don't want to enable these people. One of those situations, like, here it is, right by your house. And obviously no one has a good fucking answer. So what do you do? And how do you feel? And then I felt really conflicted. And I'm like, I don't know how to feel again. And then I had the closest thing to a mental breakdown I have ever had. Maybe it could even be straight considered a mental breakdown. I've lost my fucking mind because my whole fucking life fell apart. And I was in absolute shambles. And I could not find happiness in anything. Didn't ever really get to a spot where I thought about killing myself, but I thought about what it would be like, you know, like how would the world be different without me? These kinds of things. I was a fucking mess. And I'm still working on trying to improve from where I was on that. And one day, you know, lots of therapy, lots of everything. One day, after therapy, I had pulled up to a stoplight and I looked over and I saw a homeless guy. I was like, how would I feel if I'm in this guy's shoes? Like, wow, if I give him money, he's just going to go drink it away. Like, that's the common thing that a lot of people say, right? Well, he's just going to drink the money away. Why be an enabler? And I was like, you know, if I give this guy $5 and he drinks it away, even if it's just $1, give this guy $1. What was I going to do with that dollar? $1. There's almost nothing I can do in my life that I'm going to get use out of $1, right? But I could, for one day, even if it's to go buy a beer, for one day, this guy maybe doesn't have to think about the bullshit going on in his life. And you can say you're enabling and he's pushing off what he should for one more day. Fine, whatever. But for one day, he can sit back, enjoy a drink, and be like, man, this shit sucks ass, but I got a beer. And I was like, you know what? That's how I'm going to try to view this from now on. Like, there are a lot of negative ways that you can view something, but I want to try to start instead focusing on the positive, the good things that can come from it. So that's how my stance is currently with that. Entitlements, we focus so much on worrying about people abusing it when we seem to ignore the vast amount of people it helps. Yeah, absolutely. So, I never really had strong stances one way or the other on illegal immigration. Ever. Mostly because I lived in Missouri and I didn't experience it. And I've kind of always been that person. I'm not just going to get mad at something because the news tells me to. Is it am I experiencing it in my life? Is it affecting my life in any way? No. So I just didn't care or think about it. Now that I moved to Texas, guys, you want to know who are the nicest people You know, you want to know if you have a flat tire and you get stuck on the side of the road, who's going to pull over and help your ass out? It's happened to me multiple times. You know who's going to fucking cut you a deal on this or that job? You know who's going to make the best fucking food around you? Do you know, here's another thing. We start getting into some real numbers. Do you know that illegal immigrants commit considerably less crime than the people that live here already? So, all of these to say, you're right. You can't say anything. You have to go by the definition. Okay, illegal. Are here illegally. That's criminal. Okay. Now, do I choose to not give the guy the $1 because he's going to go drink it away? Or do I choose the positive route and make something happen? You know what I mean? I choose the positive route. I choose, these are incredible people. Let's empower them and empower ourselves at the same time. Yeah, I'll be honest. I think the homeless situation probably has to be one of the hardest issues to fix. So I'll be honest. That's one I've thought about myself a long, hard time. Like, what are some good answers here? And yeah, the best things that you can kind of start to come up with is putting some of these people in housing and stuff. But then some of those people don't want to be there and they get back out on the street on drugs and stuff. But I choose not to like throw everybody into the same bundle. You're going to have bad apples in every group of people. Pick a group of anything. There are bad apples in there. No, yes, I know very, very much about how almost impossible it is for the people to get in legally. And I think what is frustrating for me is, okay, if that angers you, then like the people being here illegally angers you. Why has the guy who made it the #1 part of his platform 2 times, elected 2 times, now has Congress, everything he needs? Why is he not doing anything about it? Why is there not a bill pumped out immediately, right now? What's going on? It's a non-topic now. Literally just almost not even talked about already. Yes, absolutely. Massive reform to immigration. Neither side has gotten it right. No one's in the right on it. For sure. But I will tell you this. They are people. I care about them very much personally. And I will continue to do whatever I can to make sure that they are treated as humans and not fucking animals. Because they are that. And it's fucking insane that that's like how that things have been turned around. I think probably what is really frustrating about that is the most to me is seeing people, and I'm not going to say people can't have an opinion wherever they are. I'm not saying that at all, but I'm seeing people that have a strong opinion and are acting completely insane over this topic whenever they live in like the northern part of the US or something. People that I know, most of these people are not, their lives are not impacted at all in any fucking way. I'm here in Texas, you know, I'm here where my life is affected, and guess what? That's pretty fucking great, let me tell you. Guys, I already told you guys about walking across the street over to the parking lot and getting tamales. It's pretty fucking great. That was the current topic. Yeah, iMac. We've covered almost every topic at this point. We've gone through the gambit. And without me drinking. So, dangerous as it could be. Although, I do have a couple Dos Equis in the fridge. I might have to get to work. My fiance is Latina, not a citizen. She's low-key afraid to come here and live. You know, I've been kind of curious about Mexico lately. I haven't even visited Mexico. I want to go. I want to go see, like, I hear a lot of great things about Mexico City. I want to go check out some Mexico. It's crazy. Out of all the places I've been, I've never been to Mexico, which is wild. Just know the cops are going to run your pockets. Okay. So as long as they don't take my phone, I guess I just leave it all, just Apple Pay only. I think at this point, the only topic we haven't talked about is religion. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That was a juicy one up next. Actually, I'm not going to lie. I think politics is way more divisive than even religion now. Because they're also linked. Some fucking how. I really love to go spend a month or so leisurely traveling through several countries in Europe. Japan is next on my list other than Mexico. I haven't been to Japan, and that place seems like damn near a paradise. Do we end the politics talk? No, I mean, you guys can say whatever you want or like continue it. I don't mind. I'm in a weird mood today, I guess. I'm commenting here and there. And it kind of like spurs it on still, but people in chat don't hate you because you've approached it without being insane. That's the issue with most political discussions now. People are fucking crazy about it. That, and whenever people are saying things that aren't true, or they're just like uneducated on a topic, that's completely fine, but like be open to have your mind changed whenever you're presented with new info, you know? When yours is wrong. What the hell was that? Guy fell down in slow motion. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there are two sides to most coins, right? And while there is some misinformation, there are some topics that you can say, well, there is no good solution here. Both sides are correct. You know? I think that's why we you know, since we kind of talked about the homeless topic a little bit, I think that is one of those cases where it's like, it's a fucking disaster. It's a mess. Nobody's got a real good solution yet. Yeah, we can throw out some temporary ones, but all in all, like, it's kind of one of those things, like, maybe if the economy and everyone's lives are better, it's kind of one rising tide lifts all ships or whatever. Like, maybe it becomes one of those things where once we aren't seeing a continue massive downgrade of wages compared to inflation, then maybe everybody's lives get better. I don't have a fucking gun. No. I have no ammo. Well, is what it is. Hey, take it easy, flea bum. Thanks for hanging out. Get some rest. We'll see you next time. Going to go back to listening and reading a book on President McKinley. Unless another interesting topic pops up. All right. Sounds good. Thank you again, Wookadell. Appreciate it. Into the discussion of I'm not gonna say it ends, but like I think to cap all that off, as we all mentioned before, a lot of that just boils down to money in politics. Insane that we all know the answer and we're stuck without real change. Which means we are all also to blame for our complacency. Was in a raid fighting for my life, but I glanced over and I did see Jummy say I should be president. I'll back that up. I'll vote for you, Cal. You don't have as many skeletons in your closet as I do, so you could actually get elected. But if we all donate all our money, maybe we can help finance the politician who can enact real change. Or maybe we donate all of our money and they don't get anywhere and all of our money is gone. Yeah, I'm curious, actually. Those of you that have more than 2 parties in your government, can you explain a little bit more what it's like? Because I have this thought as well, like, man, it sure would be nice if we had more than 2 parties. But it almost seems like it's inevitable of it coming back down to 2 parties because... Yo, I've code. Thank you for the gifted sub out to Kabasi. Appreciate that very, 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 very much. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you, as always, for the support. Really means a lot. So, I'm going to throw out an example here. Only because I don't know. This is just an example, and the only thing I could go off of is kind of what we have in the U.S. So then, let's say there are 4 parties in the U.S.: far left, center right, far right. Let's say they're all broken into 4 parties. It seems to me it would just evolve back to 2 parties because the center parties would they would get a little bit of each from each side, center right, center left. And then they would adopt some of the policies that were becoming popular from the far left and far right. And so it would just stay 2 parties with 2 parties that are just there. Not really... Like, sure, you can say that they're affecting the politics and pushing things their direction because they're getting some concessions, right? But... How is it in your country if you don't have 2 parties? I know about like ranked choice. Maybe that's like the answer, but is it really like for those of you that do have more than one? Is it really or more than 2?
I didn't know numbers went this high. Smack.
Yo, Aram. Thank you very much. For the 129 month resub. Insanity. 129 months. Almost 130 months. That is crazy. Thank you very much, Aram. Glad you've been here with me the whole ride. Very much appreciated. Hope you're having a great night. Canada here, or Canadian here, it's kind of nice with the multi-party system. Coalition governments force compromise, which can be a good thing. So, but it still just mostly is 2, with 2 getting concessions out of the... different parties join up to form coalitions to be able to rule in the Congress and Senate, which basically means giving minister positions to people of each party and accepting laws that others want. Okay. Question. Let's say there's 4, and 1 and 2 almost always go together, and 3 and 4 almost always go together. How often do you see like a 1 and 3 get together, or a 2 and a 4? Or is it almost always 1 and 2, 2 and 4? Almost always. I ask because I'm trying to learn here. I have very often felt, I think as a lot of Americans do, that the 2 parties seems like a disaster, but does expanding to more even really actually result in anything, or is it just like almost for show? Because let me say, for instance, I mean, it doesn't always work out this way, but it would be the closest thing to that would be like whenever a political candidate from one side in the US is starting to pull away and they want the others to resign or drop out of the race. They can do that and make concessions. Okay, sure, if you implement this or whatever, you know, or hey, will you come out and endorse me, make a public endorsement, get all of the people that were voting for you or behind you, all of your supporters support me, and I'll make the concession here, which would end up being similar to another party making the concession or getting the concession, right? Canada is a 3 to 4 party system. The kicker is one party is only in one province, so they can never actually win the election, but their support is often needed to form government. Interesting. Why is it only in one province? Left stays with left and middle. Right stays with right and middle in Brazil. Okay. So, even though there are more parties, it kind of does still devolve to 2. They're Quebec only federal party. Okay. Interesting. I see, I see, I see. There are center left and center right parties. They do get elected at times to form majority in Congress. They end up making concessions, even if they need to reach across the aisle if they do not like the far left or right ones. What the hell? Does this go on here? Okay. I'm convinced of something. I'm convinced of something. How did I walk into that house over there, find 556 in a random house, walk into this random house and find a 556 suppressor? I feel like the only way that's possible is either somebody is being Santa Claus for me, yes, or the game will spawn in things that you might need ahead of you. I am very confused by that. Oh, myth. All right. I can't use the gun because it's all fucked up. And if I shoot it, I mean, the gun I can shoot, but I can't shoot with the suppressor on it because it's badly damaged. I have to wait until I find a weapon cleaning kit. Is that a 5.56 suppressor on a 22? No, it's a 5.56 rifle. Scout. Not here to absorb all the bullets, so I'm gonna have to figure it out, huh? All right. I'll do my best. Well, now I'm like, man, maybe I need to look a little harder. Who knows what other goodies might be around? I wonder if I can look and see if there's any unfollowing stats. See if we got how many people unfollowed today. Might be some people that were not happy about today. I feel like it was pretty good though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are some people that feel it was a little too far. What happened? Well, we went off the deep end into politics after you took your call. I know for sure some people left because of it, but I don't know if we had very many people unfollow. Don't want those people here anyway. Yes and no. Like, they obviously didn't say anything outrageous in the chat, right? So if they're not saying anything outrageous and they just peacefully left on their own, those are the people that we do want here, right? Especially if there was somebody that we could either A, change their mind, or B, they have valuable input for others to change their mind. Been loving this guy for years, watching every day. Huge impact on my life, watching his streams. And oh, wait, he wants people to have healthcare. I'm fucking out. I think one that really gets people going is the illegal immigrant one. And I think that might have really lost some people. These politics talks are needed at times. At least it's not Break's political talks that always turn into the docs he's watching about 1940 Germany. Oh God. Yeah, I think what also has kind of changed my mind on this a little bit is seeing Joe Rogan and his stuff. I hate to bring his name up because it seems like a lot of that is a lot of people are what's the word I'm searching for? Like using his name, bringing his name up. I forget what it's called. Anyway, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, all right, well, if this guy's the only one like actually willing to have discussions about a lot of topics with people, but he's also saying it and platforming a lot of stuff that's not true at the same time, then maybe there needs to be some people that used to avoid politics, like myself. Not saying I'm a fucking speck of dust on the wall compared to Joe Rogan, but like just more people in general, you know, reminding people that it's okay to discuss these things as long as it stays civil, instead of like backing down from the topic because it's charging, you know, emotional. Not name dropping. It's referencing, but a different word, like fancier word. I can't remember what I was going for. Forget what it's called. Somebody's gonna get it in a minute. Twitch tracker says minus 56 followers. Holy damn, we pissed some people off today. Wait, what's that compared to like the last couple days before that? Columnium. Like, and don't do Saturday or Sunday because that was Tarkov. That might be normal that we would lose a lot of viewers or follows. Breakin's becoming middle-aged old man. He spends too much time watching documentaries about World War II. I mean, that time is really fascinating, right? And what's good about that is, I mean, mostly you can say there are plenty of things that have, you know, this is this way because of this happening then, but like in general, our lives aren't really like as affected by that now anymore. Like it's kind of played its course. So it's easier to just like watch it and appreciate it for what it is rather than, and learn, rather than feeling like, okay, well, I can't compliment the German army on anything because then that means I'm a Nazi supporter, you know, that kind of thing. Need a title, Big Drama Politics Chat Today. Yeah, we shoot up in viewership. The thing about politics is we should be discussing the different views and trying to find common ground. Those that feed on fighting and the general populace to stay in power want to be able to be passionate about our views, but stay friends and continue to work towards a better future. True. True. Damn. All this 8mm ammo. I don't think I've ever even used the 8mm. Wait, I take that back. Didn't I have the car for a little bit one time? Yeah, I don't think things ever got bad. Yeah. I mean, there were a couple people that, and I kind of tried to elbow them a little bit back onto the path that were getting, you know, when people are doing the fake LMAO at each other and shit like that's when it starts to like make people mad, right? And then it kind of devolves from there. I just want my side to win and the others to lose. It's weird how that's a thing now. Because, I'll be honest, guys. The last thing on the fucking planet I want is to say I'm on X political sports team or a big fan of X political person. Isn't it weird that I have to, it feels like that's the only way in some places, like, especially the person. There's so few, like, good ones that you... And I absolutely do not like... a lot of the, like, corporate Democrat side. That side drives me fucking insane. And they're doing a lot of, like, we can't criticize our own party right now, and that shit... that shit angers me real fast. Yeah, I'm not, it's not labels that I'm worried about. I don't care about labels. That's fine. Categories, it's all kind of the same thing. It's more like I fucking hate even needing to be involved in politics. I don't even want to think about it. I just want politics to be fucking boring again, guys. That's what I desperately want. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to think about it. I just want to see my life getting better and know we're on the right track. That's it. Go back to the sex scandal or drug use? Yeah. Exactly. Wait, this guy got a blowjob? Oh, no. Oh, fuck no. Mr. Saxon Big Max himself. Fun fact, Bill Clinton's approval rating went up after his cheating scandal since it made him seem more human and flawed. That is interesting. I didn't know that. My dad was mad as fuck when that came out. Then there was me cheering for him as a kid. Wait, your dad was mad? Was mad about Bill Clinton getting a blowjob at really? Oh my god. I can only imagine how he must be now. He must be popping a fucking blood vessel, huh? Yo, what up, Jeffrey? How you doing? I got it wrong. 56 for the past 7 days. -7 for today. -2 yesterday. -3 yesterday. Oh, okay. That's not too bad then. Were we overall gaining or are we overall losing? Jesus Christ. Die, please. I remember my dad just yelling, "Come on, Bill, you're supposed to be a professional here." To be fair, yeah, would have been fucking nice if, you know, go get a hotel somewhere or something, whatever. But professionalism has been out the fucking window for a while now. That word does not exist there anymore. Overall, losing minus 338 for the last 30 days. Holy shit. Interesting. I wonder if most of that is like a slow process of Twitch cleaning up bots. Because I know that there were like, especially back in the day when Twitch was really fucking popping off, there was like a lot of follow bots and stuff. And I'm sure that everybody's channel got hit in some ways. So I'm curious if a lot of that is just like a slow cleanup and over time of old follow bots. I love the memes of Billy Boy checking out the ladies at various public events with Hillary right next to him. It's crazy because I was young enough that I didn't fucking know anything about politics then. So I wasn't tuned in. I didn't know anything. I just remember that it was, you know, supposedly a big deal. I was so young and like protected then that I didn't even know why. I just knew he was getting impeached for lying under oath. You know, I was like, oh, that's fucking terrible. Why would you do that? Like, if that was me, I'd be like, hell yeah, I did. Actually, it would probably go more along the lines of like, listen, guys, I can explain. I can explain everything. All politicians are sexual deviants. More like all people. Newsflash, it's okay to like sex, guys. And girls. Super genuine marriage between those two. I can't imagine how things ended up. Yeah. Have you, I mean, so I know of your, at least I'm pretty sure I know of your work, iMac. Is that like a kind of a common thing for people in your line of work that feel like they have political aspirations that then kind of like end up in relationships that aren't legit just for potential benefits of the two being together? I can explain. I had to see if it was as good as Chili's Reese's pie. Oh God. Not in my specific area. We're pretty nerdy as patent attorneys. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was what you were specifically involved in. I just knew that you were an attorney of some sort. Well, in that case, I have a great idea for an invention. I need a battery for this optic. And I don't have anything to repair it either. What are we talking about? Well, the current topic was Bill Gates, or not Bill Gates, Bill Clinton getting a blowjob. And how most of us were saying how nice it'd be to return to that being the big scandal. Went to law school with Sean Duffy, the new Secretary of Transportation. I even worked on a project with him once. And well, oh God. Oh shit. How am I fucking around this much and still alive? Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. I have been like very just walking around reading chat today. JFK banging half the secretaries in DC. Feels bad if him and his wife did have like a serious thing going on. And the thing is that what I've learned, one big thing I've learned about relationships as I've gotten older, especially when I moved to Austin, there's a massive amount of ethical non-monogamy here. Crazy amount. I've learned that you don't fucking know what somebody's got going on relationship-wise in their life or agreements they may have made with their spouse. And it could be an assortment of a lot of things. Let's just say he wasn't all that impressive back then. Ah. Good times. Arnold banging his maid or whatever. Yeah, to be fair, like, that's not nearly as big of a deal to me as presidents. Like, you got a pretty big... Gotta hold yourself to, like, the fucking highest standard as a president. IMO, right? Below that, it's like... Gonna let the guard down a little bit. Is what it is. I'm not saying that's for sure allowed and okay and anything like that, but it's like... Not quite apples to apples, I guess. His wife from Real World San Francisco said in one of our classes one... Holy shit, sounds like you got some crazy fucking stories. What the hell? Monogamy is for the birds? Yeah, I guess it's more like, as we said, we were talking about earlier, to each their own. Remember when they tried to ruin Obama's image because he smoked weed in college? Actually, more so was the fucking outrage over the tan suit. That shit. Oh my God. How fucking different times were. Holy shit. And how fast they've changed. I'm sure all of the presidents have done shit. Guys, we're all human and one day we're gonna fucking die, and the people that want to experiment and try it, everything that's out there just to do it before they're gone, you can't blame them, you know? As long as you're not fucking up somebody else's life, you're not doing a bunch of drugs and driving or whatever, then... Yeah, what a weird thing that all, like... They all had to deny ever smoking or anything like that. I think, who was it? Was it Clinton that said that he smoked weed but never inhaled or whatever? Worse, he wasted it. Oh, shit. Right up there with, I did not have relations with that woman. You know, now that times are changing, maybe in his mind he didn't, you know? You got the Mormons out here doing the soaking thing to avoid having sex. You know? Maybe a blowjob plus miscellaneous other activities are not sexual relations in Bill Clinton's world. If you had to describe it, what is being high like? Never been. It's not always the same experience depending on strains or whatever, but most generally it's just very relaxed. Extremely relaxed. In some cases on the far end of it, can barely move. You are the couch. I think one thing that I've always enjoyed is it almost feels like a fucking black hole, gravitational wise or something. Like I feel like I sat and I thought about this intense topic for like an hour and it was only 10 minutes. He did state that it depends on what the meaning of the word is. Oh, he was trying to be slippery, huh? He's trying to be as slippery as possible. I smoked weed and thought I was lagging, like in Call of Duty when you lose connection. Yeah, I've never been one to like play and actually be good at games, that's for sure. Or smoke and be good at games. Be fucking terrible. It is very sad that it's not that more than alcohol, because you smoke before you go to bed or whatever, you wake up the next morning like it never even happened. Hangovers. Ooh. Beat your ass as you get older. I get better at games. You seen it? Yeah, uh-huh. Don't make me pull out the screenshots and call you out in front of everybody. This guy just friend requested me and said to go into a raid with him so I can kill him and get my gear back because of how bad he felt for how hard he just ratted me. Damn. So there are some nice people out there. Buddy of mine gets hot, super high while gaming. Gets killed 90% of forgetting to check things. Yeah. Yeah, I just too zoned out. To be honest, all that sounds awful to me. I don't like being like chill. It creeps me out when I get like that, but given my current health, maybe I should. I think that's very fair. And there's a reason that some people do feel basically paranoid whenever they smoke. You can kind of overthink things sometimes, whatever. But I think it's that exactly, just finding out either A, if it is for you, and B, if it is for you, but like how much. You could literally just have it, use it for yourself and treat it as a medicine, right? Like in a case where you wake up and you have a massive headache, or you're really sore from something or whatever, and you just smoke a bit. Again, not to do anything other than relieve something as you would some medicine. It will definitely work great in that situation. You wouldn't have to treat it as something recreational at all. Nothing stating it has to be, you know? There's a guy on the hill. I see him. Can't tell if he's trying to move over and shoot at me or not. He is moving my way, though. God, I'm annoyed I don't have a battery for my red dot. Fuck, I've lost him. You're a doctor, right? This is not medical advice. Nah, I get to skip all that because it'd be the same as like saying I need to be a doctor to tell somebody they need to take some fucking aspirin or something, you know? Oh, I know you're kidding. I was just commenting on it as well. Yeah. That's the number one thing. Number one rule of edibles. Is not taking too much. Because you'd feel like it's not hitting you yet. What's up, by the way, Dark Tire? He's here. Just heard him. Oh, no. I'm wrong. He's up on the hill. I don't know what I just heard. Unless there's two. God damn it, if I had a gun with a scope, I could kill that guy right now. That might be bait. I have no fucking dot on this. So not only am I super limited, but I don't really know where the center is. Do we just fucking YOLO it? Maybe he didn't see me. Chopper crash. Damn it. He's running to it. He hasn't seen me yet that I can tell. If I had a scope, I could kill him right now. Fuck. 1,000 sub goal THT challenge. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're definitely trying to get me killed now. This guy still has not looked behind him. Okay, he just looked, but I don't think he saw me. Now I have a tree line to follow. So I'm even better off. Wait, why is he running out into the field? I thought the chopper crash was to the right. Oh shit, I lost him. Wait, what? Where did he go? Damn. I lost him. How? I was so close. How did I lose him? Oh, there's the chopper crash. Maybe he's going to go post up and snipe over it. Okay, I see what he's doing. He's going to follow this tree line up and go snipe over it. Which is scary because I could walk right on top of him and get blasted. Ah, the weed discussion. Everybody has finally united. Mostly on the same page now. Okay, so I can't see the chopper crash, but I know it's over there somewhere. And I'm trying to stay on this far side of the tree line because I'm assuming he's going to post up on that side where he can see it. Or maybe he just fucking runs right to it. I don't know. Ooh, I just saw a massive fucking burst of blood over there in the tree line. Did someone get sniped or what? Did they just hit a zombie or what? That was insane. I'm worried that it was somebody getting sniped and I'm about to walk over and I have no optics to try to check the rocks up above right now. No! Wait, what the fuck? Did my gun shoot? What just happened right there? It made no noise. I think it's shot. I think he's dead. I'm not sure though. I'm worried about the other guy. Dude, is this gun that broken? That made no sound. I heard the click and I thought it didn't shoot, but I saw the blood. I am so fucking confused right now. Where's the other guy? No way. I mean, I know I had a suppressor, but usually there's some kind of sound made. I thought I heard a sound, but it was like nothing. No, way less like bugged sound almost. Is that a grenade launcher? Now I'm curious. So I was about to shoot at a guy at the chopper crash, and then I saw the guy in the tree beside me. Oh, I see a guy running away. Does he see me? God, I wish I had a fucking dot or an actual scope. Could kill this guy too. I'll check the dead guy in a minute. I'm worried about this guy. Because I think they were friends. He's running. I know you guys probably can't see him, but I've got him like right in the... He's running across the field right now over there. Oh, okay. I got the sound that time. Okay. God. If I had a dot, this guy would be so fucking toast. I'm trying to just scare him away now. Hopefully if he hears the shooting, he's like worried. He's still dancing around out there. God damn it. Fuck off, my man. Question is, can I get over here and loot this boy? Oh god, I ran out of stamina in the wide open. No! I guess he could see me better. There was more. He could see me better through the bush than I could see him. Damn it. That was a stupid idea to stop. I should have acted like I didn't see him. Just kept running. No! I finally had a fucking scope, man. Fuck. I could have played that so much better. Well, at least we got into some action. I just wish I wasn't dead with nothing again already. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. All right, well, all this political talk has driven me to have a beer. Oh. Look what you did to me. Yeah. Drove me to drinking. All your guys' fault. That's what you get for me being so gracious and allowing free speech on my channel. Quick disclaimer, you don't have free speech here. I rule with an iron fist. Call me Xi Smack. I like where this is going. You know, maybe dictatorships aren't so bad after all, guys. Maybe we can work something out here. Yeah, thick tasting ship. You need some attention? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. You know, what are your thoughts on Bill Clinton? You want a treat? Okay. Go sit down. Go sit down. Good. I don't know if he's feeling better or not. He hasn't eaten his food, but he's weird like that. For some reason, I keep asking him, but he won't tell me. I like that he smoked weed like the rest of us. I don't like that he lied about it. I thought I was gonna get to come out of my weed smoking closet, but instead, I can't even inhale it. Does he like eggs? I think he does. He's not like super excited about them, but he'll eat them. That Remington was clean? Oh god, don't remind me. Sure was fucking nice for all 2.5 seconds I had it. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I thought I was about to go fucking crazy. Pick up that rifle, I was like, oh shit. It's about to get nuts. And then I died. When Murph won't eat, I mash up some hard-boiled egg white into his food. Does the trick. That's weird. Every time Jax gets sick, I always put a mixture of grapes, onions, and sour gummy worms in his food, and then he's just fine with some beer in his bowl. He's weird because he always wants to drink the beer first before he eats, instead of, using the beer to wash it down. Yeah, chocolate for dessert for sure. That's the problem. He's just hung over. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. What do you want, huh? Come here. Come here. What do you want? Okay. Okay. Keep that feet down, okay? Okay. Come, buddy. Come. Wait. All right. You got your attention, little pup. Now it's back to killing. Or dying, I mean. Need a Jax emote with him side-eyeing. Does he sleep in bed with me? Yeah, he usually does. Usually does. Covered in 3 cats all night. I didn't even know that cats like to sleep in bed that much. Comes around when you go to sleep, huh? Wait, did you, Jummy, are you still here? Are you, wasn't it you that was telling me that Murph gets mad at you whenever you, when you aren't going to bed on time? I remember you used to find some good stuff up in here. I don't know if you still can or not. You will stand in the bedroom doorway and get pissed. It won't stop until I get us tucked in. That's funny. Yo, Cal, are you still? Oh, wait, never mind. It's almost your quitting time, isn't it? I was going to say. You can get some raids in, but. Holy shit, I've been live for 7 hours? What? Guys, we're talking about politics every day. Just a heads up. A cat that would freak me out in my bedroom door at night if it was closed. Oh. Start scratching and shit. 17 hours short of the 1K sub goal. I mean, we can talk about the 1K sub goal, but I think I'd rather die than do 24 hours. I'm not gonna lie, if a badass game came out that I was in, just fucking love playing, maybe I'd accidentally do a 24 hour, but that ain't happening anytime soon. Not with this fucking game. Speaking of smoking, it's a good thing I don't have anything down here and everything's illegal Texas, because there are plenty of fucking days when I'm in the stream where I would be blowing some smoke, if you know what I mean. Have you played Kazan? I haven't. Have not. Texas needs to get with the times. Texas is trying to get with the times they want to be, which is backwards. Behind us. Let's go back. Yeah, I heard. I saw that they're continuing to fight against it. They're gonna pass another law soon to close up all the loopholes that people have been doing with like the Delta 8 and shit. I guess it's like not Delta 8, but Delta 9 and anything THC involved. Yo, Jumpy, when is the last time that Texas voted on... Has Texas ever gotten a chance to actually vote on legalization? I've never met someone in Houston that doesn't enjoy weed. No, you're missing the point, Jummy. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. It's not about how many people enjoy it. It's more about how many of you can I convince to live just like me. What the hell? Oh my fucking God. Did Ted Cruz keep his seat? Yeah, unfortunately. It's doomed. It's all doomed. How does the guy keep winning? I'm not gonna lie. You would think the fucking the winter storm shit would have done him in for sure. You would think, but people lost their fucking minds. God, where was it that he was going? I forgot. Cancun. Yeah, that's what it was. You'd think that back in the day that would have fucking ended anybody. Surely. fled Cruz. What a fucking moron to think that he could even like do that. And somehow he's gotten away with it. It's the constitutional legal scholar thing. Ah, okay. I'm too good for these dumb peasants. You know, actually, there was something else I didn't know that I thought would maybe fucking torpedo his ass as well. That Colin Allred, which was the name of the guy that ran against him, fucking smoked his ass with during... They had a debate, and Colin Allred brought up saying that whenever the people stormed the Capitol during January 6th, that Colin Allred was there. He, like... went to go like push them back and like fight against the people pushing in, and that Ted Cruz went to go hide in a janitor closet. And I was like, oh shit. I thought that'd be the fucking end after that. You know who he clerked for on Supreme Court? Rehnquist. Okay. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Good times, guys. Good times. Should have fucking killed that guy earlier. I should have just fucking shot. Wait, yeah, so, there's no way that Texas could like put it actually even put it up for a vote. Oh my god. 400 fucking zombies. I think I just got to fight them, huh? You gonna figure it out over there or what? Yo, what up, Rangers? How you doing? Thanks for swinging by. I actually just kind of recently returned to streaming, so... Not so much of a still around kind of thing, but more of a... bit of a return. Yo, Mr. JJ, how you doing? How you doing? No offense, but you look much older. What the hell? Happy April Fools. Oh my God. Tomorrow is April Fools? Guys, we are not streaming tomorrow. I don't think I could take one. You guys fucking do dumbass trolly shit all the time anyway. If I have to deal with all of you fucking crazy motherfuckers being stupid all day tomorrow, I'm gonna lose my mind. I won't. I hate April Fool's bullshit. I'm not gonna lie, I used to actually really like April Fools. I think it's the internet that made me hate it. And there's so many reasons too. I could just keep going on and on, like how it's become so fucking shitty. I think the only part of April Fools that I like now, you gotta be kidding me. Come on, man. He's not, only his arm is stuck in the ground. I wanted that rope. You motherfuckers.
April Fools.
Yeah, you're a few hours early, Miff, you son of a bitch. Oh my God. Someone fucking kill me. Thank you, Miff, you jerk. Meanie head. Last time I did was with my ex-in-laws. My ex and I called them and told them she was pregnant. Did not go well. Oh, shit. Unfortunately, you hear some, like, shit you didn't want to hear real fast, huh? Yo, Mobile Suit Fox. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you had a good one. I think the only thing that's kind of funny and cool now is seeing companies that will put a good amount of effort into an April Fool's joke where they talk about this new product that they are coming out with or whatever. Sometimes those can be pretty good. Except for, I think Razer did it, but has done it like every year. They're kind of wearing out their welcome. When you do it every year, then it's kind of annoying. Should have taken off work tomorrow? You should have. You fucking should have. I hate the stuff that's... If somebody has a good joke, then it's great. I'm like, all right, cool. I hate when people do the really bad ones like... Hey guys, did you know I'm going to be shooting myself into the sun on a rocket ship tomorrow? April Fools! You know, just like absolutely way outlandish shit that nobody fucking believed for even half a second. That's stupid. I also hate the people that are doing like me, except for they decide they need to make a big fucking post and complain about it. Like, you won't see me make a post complaining about it. I would complain in person, but I'm not going to go post on socials about how much I fucking hate it. You know? Those people suck too. Yeah, we could just keep going. Tried the pregnant joke on my wife's father. All he said is, do you want to see your next birthday? The best are pranking your boyfriend that you're pregnant and he has very negative reaction, then says she's kidding, but they break up anyway over it. Yeah, those are the other things that I hate. When people do very, very bad, like mean jokes. I still remember the first April Fool's joke I ever did. And it was when I was so young. I want to say I was like maybe 10 or 11. And my dad was getting ready for work and I told him that he missed a belt loop with his belt. And to me, when it's like small and quick and something like that, it's no big deal. It's like, oh, okay. That was it. That was it. Nothing more than that. He was in the process of putting his belt on. I said, you missed a belt loop, April Fools, blah, 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 you know. Guys, I was little. You know what? Fuck all of you guys. I'm gonna show up at your fucking house one morning unannounced, and I'm gonna take a fucking picture of you guys. And anytime you guys say some dumb shit in the chat, I'm gonna fucking just full screen your just woke up ugly ass face. All right? Then we'll see. We'll see what all you guys have to fucking say then. You won't have to wait for me to wake up to get an ugly ass. Well, my address? Yep, send it over. Send it over. Do I have to feed you while you're here? I don't know. It depends. Depends on what we're eating. Should we have a sleepover to make it easy on you? Well, hey, whatever. Whatever works. Beans on toast? Okay, yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'll just fucking skip breakfast. What a... That's gotta be the fucking... I think what's funny to me is knowing that you guys have like notoriously some of the worst food. And then those that get upset when it gets called out, like, that's just hilarious to me. Better than noodles? I don't know. I might take the fucking noodles over beans and toast. Unless I can just fucking dump the, like, not even put the beans on at all and just eat the toast. Beans on toast has to be like one of the top 10 worst ideas of all time. Like, I like toast and I like beans, but putting them together like that is, maybe that's the best April Fool's joke of all time. Raw toast? What the fuck does that even mean? Raw toast. Raw toast? Are we just inventing new fucking words for things that already have words? I love when Americans say that. Trust me, when you're poor and you haven't got much to eat, it's an easy meal. You know what's an even easier meal that's even better than beans on toast when you're poor? You want to know? I can give you a secret. Nothing. Literally skipping breakfast. Fucking acting like we ain't been poor out here before. Coming in here bragging about your fucking privileged ass beans on toast. My poor meal was always 1 chicken, 1 beef ramen with 2 eggs. Not these days, with some extra seasoning. You know what my fucking poor meal was? A glass of water. Motherfuckers, get out of here. My poor meal was the cheapest ramen with a side of refried beans. I eat that shit now. Well, shit. I guess I'm poor now. Fuck. Well, so it doesn't have the same ring, but you get what I'm trying to say. I like it. So the way I cook my rice, putting the chicken bouillon in there, it actually does kind of taste like the chicken ramen. So I have that and refried beans quite often these days. Still don't like ramen because of it? Oh shit. I'm still, nothing could ever separate me and ramen. Do you love refried beans still? I am a massive refried bean fan, but when I moved to Austin, I say discovered like I'm the one that invented it. I learned about refried black beans, and that's a life changer right there. Yes, refried black beans. Yes. Absolutely. Way better than regular refried beans. Texas bullshit. Man, what are you talking about? There's no porn here. We can't jerk off. We can't get naked. We can't smoke weed. All we can do is eat. That's it. Tex-Mex is not nasty. Holy. I mean, it's not as good as regular Mexican food for sure, but Tex-Mex is not nasty. Absolutely not. Cali Mex is best. I feel like what's best is just removing anything before Mex. Now we're back on the yeah, arguing about politics, but the real divisive talk is curly fries. Psych. What about twice baked potatoes? Well, anybody that has anything negative to say about potatoes, I will agree to kick them out of the country with you. We can unite on that shit for sure. Those people do not belong. Beans in general are kind of shit. Holy guys. Can somebody please educate this fucking 2.5-year-old on how to fucking eat food? Jesus Christ. Guys, my chicken nuggets, they have a green thing on them. Oh no. Cause some guys, I ran out of honey mustard for my chicken nuggets. Beans aren't green or chicken. The fuck you on about? This is a comment on people like that not liking vegetables. The fuck you on about? I'm about to fucking 1v2 both of you guys right now. White boys? Aside from the voice, you ain't wrong. I know. Because he was talking the other day about not liking vegetables, which you missed out on, Dark Tire, because, you know, you're over there living life and all that stuff. Family and... Fucking unreal. I can't even believe that you thought that you could say that in the chat without me knowing I'm instantly gonna fucking go all in on your ass. Guys, it's fine if you think something is overrated, but when every meal is fucking... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna rein myself in. I want to rein myself in. More beans for me, baby. More beans for me. My opinions are just as valid as everyone else's. Is that what your mom told you growing up? You're a special little boy. She's mostly to blame for my inability to eat 90% of food. She apologizes all the time. Cal, you know what you sound like? You sound like one of those pathetic people that blame their parents for everything bad going on in their life right now. Eat the fucking vegetables and learn to like them. Eat the beans. It's alright, I'll forgive you. You just gotta throw my shit in the bush again next time we play. And I'll forgive you. I've tried all the things I grew up hating, just can't get past them. Actually, you know, it probably wouldn't bother me so much. But I had to fucking travel through all these goddamn countries with Break and Rory and everybody else being this. Nobody wanted to eat any fucking food that was any good. It was McDonald's. Everyone fucking sucks. So now I'm annoyed because I got held back from all the great meals I should have had by people like that. Pathetic. You angered Ronald McDonald? Hey, I like McDonald's, but I've also had McDonald's. Let's go have some stuff I haven't ever had. Like, you know, let's go try some fucking, I'm in Hong Kong. Let's go try some fucking food down on the street. Let's go. Let's go crazy. They were homesick? Yeah, they were sick, all right. That's for sure. You sure were fucking sick. Disgusting. Yeah, I saw what you said earlier about Canes, Jummy. I mean, Canes is definitely just not worth ever visiting, but maybe we need to redo a fast food tier list soon. Wait, did the stream actually go down? Oh no. Well, that's the issue I've been trying to figure out. And it's still happening apparently. Which is extremely fucking annoying. He's gonna put Taco Bell in S tier for sure. I would listen if I say S tier for Taco Bell, it's only because of like effort and innovation. That's it. It's not because their food is better than all the other places. I like what they got going on. I like that they're just constantly cooking. There's always something. We changed data center for Twitch. I haven't. I guess I should try, but it feels really dumb to switch away from Dallas. I mean, there's nothing else even semi-close to that. Exactly. Gluten-free water. Exactly. A friend of ours was a sushi chef and treated us at a restaurant he worked at to tons of free shit. I swear I almost threw up 5 times. I even ate the worst of the shit like a trooper. Mommy, I tried sushi and I didn't like it. But I'm still hungry. Can I maybe get some chicken nuggets? What? Yeah, there are very few people that liked sushi the first time they tried it. You find you mess around until you find the rolls that you like. I could mainline sushi. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I could do that. I feel like I would need, like, when we say sushi, like, are we also going to talk, like, nigiri and stuff like that as well? Because then, yeah, I need, like, a little bit of a branched out variety. I think they sprinkle crack on a McDonald's breakfast. That's fair. That's fair. McDonald's got some good breakfast. Look, I'm proud that you tried it. But that's like having your first beer, being like, no, I don't like it, and then never trying beer again. You gotta experiment. Try things. All things. Cal, when's the last time you put in your grocery store order and you ordered something different? Just so you know, mix it up. Never. Order from new restaurants all the time if that counts. So that fair enough. All right. I'll give you that one then. I've tried a few foods I never had before in the past couple months. 1 or 2 of them were actually great. Okay, what were they? That's why I was gonna ask next is how do you discover new foods that you may or may not like then? Damn. Oh, the fuck am I gonna drop here? Drop 1 battery. I guess I don't need these 4 rounds if I have a whole box of these. My biggest one was ramen shops. I've always avoided them because I would have to ask for some kind of modification. So I had my first actual bowl of ramen. Oh boy. Hell yeah. Actual real ramen is fucking insane. We have some great fucking places here in Austin. What was your favorite meal when you traveled to Germany? Not German food. German food is mid. And everyone can keep defending that, but... Or defending that it's not, but... You guys are fucking delusional. Trust me, I say this as a guy that loves sausage. Do you like pho? You know, I've always... been a semi-pho hater, mostly because I'm like, this is watered down noodle soup that I don't, it's just like, I would rather have ramen most times. It's not that I hated it, it was just like, I'm not a big soup guy to begin with. So if I'm gonna get something like that, I would rather get ramen every time. But then when I went to Australia, I had pho. And I put all the normal shit in it. You know, all the fucking soy and soy sauce and what's the fucking other one? What's it called? Fuck. The sauce, the spicy sauce that was out of stock for a little while. You guys are the super easy one. Yo, omniscient ghost, sriracha. Yes, omniscient ghost. Thank you for the 5 months, almost half a year. Legend. Appreciate that very, 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 very much. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're having a good start to your week. And yes, that's it. I loaded the pho down with sriracha and soy sauce, and I was like, holy, this is way better all of a sudden. So then I became a fan again. Because also at the same time, whenever you go to like get pho, there's also another excellent choice that was always like, well, I'll just get a fucking banh mi instead, which are also insane, you know? So it's like, I didn't feel like I was missing out. Get both. I mean, yeah, that's the real tech is getting super hungry and getting both. I had whale in Norway. Okay, that sounds pretty wild. Damn, supervillain. Fucking rich. Ooh. No. Yep. Magazine acquired, baby. Vietnamese flavors are great. They do that combo of sweet, sour vinegar. Mommy, yeah. They're really fucking good. When I would travel to America, what should I definitely eat? Oh, that's tough because anything like very high end comes from somewhere else. Right? Anything super good. I hate to say it, but it's almost like if you really want to like have that comparison with people, you almost want to try a couple fast food spots, which is insane to say, but it also depends on where you're at. Because like if you travel to where I'm at in Texas, there are two things that I would say are like just eat everything from a food truck. Anything that you want, go find a food truck that serves it. It'll be better. Which is almost always going to be Mexican, you know, tacos or something. And then barbecue. Texas does barbecue insane. Or don't have it, because if you come to Texas and you have barbecue, you're going to be fucking sad when you go home and you can't have it. And you're going to think about it all the time. What's the difference between American barbecue and a Korean barbecue? I hear it on American shows all the time. So Korean barbecue, at least from my experience, most of the time is, maybe I'm way off on this, but a lot of the time that I get it, it's more about the experience where you're actually cooking it on the grill yourself at a sit down. And they do have some certain flavors that go along with it. Flavors that you would kind of recognize on the meat on some of them, but there's some sauces, but they're not like, almost always it ends up being more about the experience. That's why so many people like it and talk it up. Whereas barbecue, American barbecue, is more about smoking the meat for long periods of time. Talking 10, 12 hours or more. Proper Southern cooking is one of the few original genres of food from America. You know, it's kind of funny because I guess I grew up eating that. So whenever people talk about that, I'm like, how is this a genre? It's just all this stuff I ate growing up, you know. But then I do think about, like we were talking about the other day, like biscuits and gravy. Like that is, funny enough, as simple as it is, like something you just don't find elsewhere. Yeah, boys. It's like that. It gets you always want to try one of those restaurants where they cook in front of you. No. You're. I think you're thinking more about like hibachi. That is like those are like the Japanese steakhouses that cook it in front of you. Korean barbecue experiences, at least in America, are you sit at a table that has the grill in the table and you cook it yourself. They bring you all the meat, you order whatever you want, and then you cook it yourself on the grill. If you're not leaving America with diabetes, did you really visit? True. Got some good burger places? Yeah. Yeah, sure do. Cook it yourself, never heard of that before. Cool. Yeah, it is a nice experience. Also hot pot. Similar, but potentially even better. Also ice water. Also drinking water straight from the tap. Hot pot is great, but the name hot pot always grosses me out. Is this like reminds you of Hot Pockets or something? Why do foreign countries serve water at room temperature? Because no one has ice. Doesn't exist. Brazilian steakhouses are good? Yeah, they sure are. Ain't nothing like a good episode of Meat Sweats. Do they have a Hooters or Twin Peaks internationally? No, because prostitution is very legal in a lot of other places. So they're just like, how about a steak and a blowjob? Why just look? Also, because Hooters bankrupt because basically bankrupt even in the U.S. Yeah, OnlyFans putting them out of business. Why do all the waiting at the table when you can just do the showing off part? Even when I was younger, I could never bring myself to go to a Hooters. I've never been. Not because I'm like against it or anything, but there weren't any around me growing up. And I've been to Tilted Kilt. I think that's the only one I've been to. But
Here's some money, you little batch.
oh God. Little badge. Yo, thank you, Calendel. Appreciate the 556 trying to scare me, you son of a... Didn't say it as nasally as I would have liked. I think... Which... I don't know if Jummy's still here. I forget which one he used. Was the one that was a little bit more of that. I want to say it's like girlfriend or something. I can't remember. No, that's fine. You don't have to... I'm not judging the way that you sent me money. I'm only trying to help you get the result you want. You distracted me. I was reading Labby's message about how her sister worked there in college, and I was about to ask her for her sister's number, and then I got distracted. Doesn't like gamers? Oh, she ain't met me yet. Kidding, guys. Kidding. Why didn't I pick up that stove earlier? I'm a fucking moron for not grabbing that. Made mad money there. Well, considering the time, especially probably, right? Because that was, I'm assuming, back before things were quite as readily as available as they are now. If the table had a female in attendance, she would put focus on her and the tips were insane. She knew how to play the game. Knew how to play the game. That's right. I'm an online male entertainer. True. Ooh. Guess we go with this press vest, huh? Oh, damn, we lose storage. I need a fucking bag immediately. Jesus. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to do... hand wraps and face wrap. All right, take it easy, Cal. See you later, dude. Thank you for the $5.56. Wait, I should probably go ahead and repair this thing too. It's the blacklist time. Life was so different back then. I was still married, worried less, and overall, it was so nice to live. Times changed. I think, to be honest, almost everybody would be able to say the same. I mean, there are things that we've, I think, all dealt with, and maybe times were more turbulent back then for some, but I think economically things are significantly different, right? So there are probably a lot of people feeling that same type of feeling, you know, back when you could go to Taco Bell and get full 3 times over from $5. was going through a divorce back then. I don't want that shit. Yeah, that's fair. That's completely fair. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. That is a rough one. Can only imagine. It's all good though. It's all good. Just gotta see it through a different lens where it'll come full circle again and things will be even better again in the future. Damn, I'm so unsure of what I want to do here. Guess we toss the tape. We do this temporarily. Damn, I want so much of this stuff, but I don't have a bag. But never gotten divorced, I'd never be where I'm at. Oh, okay. That scared me. Never be where I'm at now. While it sucked at the time, I'm glad it happened. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of how I am now. I know good and better times will be ahead. Just gotta see it through. All it takes is time. All right, I am going to grab another beer while the server restarts. Be right back. I'm hoping I'll get him going to go eat his food. He still hasn't eaten his food yet. No spicy margaritas. Oh, damn. That's a good idea. Anybody into bourbon / whiskey have any good suggestions? You know, that's one thing that pisses me off about myself. I've talked about this before, but I don't really collect anything. I've had different collections of things in the past, and I ended up getting rid of it because it's always felt weird to me to just have my money hanging on the wall, you know? I don't like that. I'd rather put it to use. But having a nice collection of like whiskey would be so badass, you know? I've always thought that. I would love that. Because you're going to put it to use, right? Eventually, you're going to have people over or something, celebration, and you pull it out. So it's not just sitting there. Eventually, you're drinking it. But I just can't. I'm not a whiskey guy. You'll drink it eventually. Trust me. I've had a lot of fucking whiskey. It's not that I don't drink it. I will still drink it. I have drank a lot of whiskey and I just do not like it every single time. It's actually you crazy motherfuckers that almost killed me with it. Going to like PAX events and everybody wants to buy me a shot. It's always a whiskey shot. Oh my God. Fuck. You guys almost killed me. Look at that. I'm sad because I really want to shoot this fucking 8mm, but I can't find one. Newscutter and his goddamn whiskey bullshit. Newscutter was in here earlier, but he dipped quick once he heard that we were talking politics. He doesn't have time for our peasantry talk anymore. How about a smoked old fashioned? Even worse for me. I don't like smoky liquor. Like mezcal. Ugh. Even worse for me. So did I, but then I came back and you were still talking about it. Yeah, that's fair enough. It stayed really civil. I do think there were a couple people that got their feathers ruffled pretty fast and they decided to leave, which I'm proud of them. I'm glad they did that. But it stayed pretty good the whole time. Nobody lost their cool, which is kind of crazy this day and age. Pretty crazy. Wasn't there a morphine somewhere? I thought there was a morphine. Also, surprisingly enough, I didn't get a ton of pushback on the things I was saying. A lot of people these days will start pumping out one-liners from their favorite political online commentators, you know? So then instead of like sharing their own opinion off of their chest. Anytime we were at a con with him, I remember getting myself to a comfortable drunk and then he'd waltz up with his fucking whiskey shots. Yeah, you can't tell him no for sure. I just end up being more of a beer guy these days, which is not good for me. Because then that means I have to fucking run and work out even harder, even more. I know I really do need to switch to like vodka sodas, that kind of stuff a lot more often, but damn. Something about a beer, man, just does it for me. Sailor Jerry's. I gotta try to keep that name in mind next time I go out. Would they have that at something like a Total Wine? They have it at grocery stores? Okay. Oh, I'm so sad I didn't grab that stove. I'm such an idiot for not getting that. I don't even remember what I was talking about. I got distracted. Fuck. Yeah, well, you live up there in where you can actually make decisions like partaking in something a little different. To be honest, if weed was legal here, my drinking would almost go to none. Go out with like just a tiny edible. Perfect. No way. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Wow. Okay. We are happy. Damn. Okay. Too bad we don't have a fucking scope though. Start keeping a stocked minibar for whenever I have guests. Yeah. Guests. What are those? Annoyances. Oh, okay. The only time that I have guests is like once a year whenever the apartment complex comes into the apartment to check the fire alarms. That's the only guests I have. Do you lay out a spread of snacks? No. We got to make sure they feel very unwelcome so they leave as soon as possible. But every single time they come in and they look at the PC setup and they're like, whoa, wait, what do you do? Like, oh no. OnlyFans, brother. Get with the times. Like feeding the strays. Yeah, exactly. Did I ever tell you guys about the time, one of the times that I moved and I told them, they asked for like a summary of all the stuff that I was moving. And I told them at the time I had a lot more. I said like maybe 10 monitors. And the guy looked me up and found me. Found my stream and everything. And was commenting on it while we were moving. So, like, he looked me up. This was before the move. Kind of creepy, but I guess more viewers is more viewers. I was a little bit like, oh. You moved recently? Well, this spot, yeah. I only moved in here like a couple months ago. Y'all are gonna convince me to start drinking nice liquor and buying tobacco, pipe tobacco again. Yeah, I have. It's like once every 6 months or so I end up getting like a cigar or two to smoke, and I've had a couple of those the last few nights. I think it was like 3 a.m. I was sitting outside smoking, and a girl walked by and didn't see me. She saw me at the last second and started screaming her fucking lungs out. So then that ruined the vibe I had going on. Bill Clinton PTSD. Yeah, something like that. Oh, is that a... No shit. Okay, we definitely want this. God. How do I not have a bag yet? This is insane. Okay, how do we do this? Is it a full on? Yeah. Oh boy. Gotta get rid of 2. One. 2. Okay. The unfortunate thing is there isn't a good smoke shop around here. I had to drive back to Springfield. What? There's no way. That far? That's crazy. More snow this week? Oh, fuck that. Holy. April Fools? Question mark. That sounds terrible. Fuck that. The smoke shops here, but they're just like cigarettes mainly. Damn. I feel like I would just order one online. You could probably buy something way nicer for whatever you'd pay at some shop. Guys, how many people here right now are working graphic design or artists, an artist of some kind? I lived in the fucking desert of Phoenix for 16 years. Yeah, I'm on the opposite of that. I lived in Missouri with the cold and the snow, which wasn't even that bad, for fucking almost 30 years. Fuck that. Fuck snow, fuck ice, fuck all that shit. Fuck it. Yo, what's up, M&B? How's it going? Welcome. Great to look out over the snow and pine trees, heaven, and I don't have to drive in it often. That helps. But I hate the cold as well. I get cold very easily. I know I'm a little bitch in that regard, but I do. Like, if I'm going out, I'm almost always wearing a jacket. Until it's, like, hot in the summer. Because if they have AC or something... Yeah. Saves money during the summer, though. Fell asleep right after you mentioned your favorite DayZ moment. That's good that you. That's good because there wasn't anything good that came after that. Yeah, that's how I'm. Last summer when it was 115 here and I was out running in it. Happening again this summer too. Probably how I'm able to like handle it a little better. And you have humidity. It definitely makes it like tougher to breathe while I'm trying to run and I'm Jesus. Sweating my ass off. Just don't like either of the extreme temps. Give me 65. I think I need it a little bit warmer. I think I need 70 at least. If I'm choosing the temperature all year, it's got to be 70, but somewhere between 70 and 75. I like that I now get actual seasons. That's fair. That's fair. To each their own. You can take all my seasons. Take them all. Wouldn't hate 70, 75, but 65 is ideal. Fair enough. Phoenix was summer and 2 months of spring. Yeah, here has been weird. Year to year, it's so different. Like we had the ice storm, the snowstorm a while back. And then this winter was very mild. How many years we've been there now? I moved here 2018, February of 2018. So 7 years. Good month to move to Austin. Yeah, I've got all of my, I do all of my moving in the winter. Because during the summer, I'm like, it would be fucking hell to move. Stuck inside of a truck, stuffy ass truck if moving shit or hauling a bunch of shit up and downstairs. And nope. Pass on that. Pass on that. Also, the deals during the winter are crazy good. I think the craziest deal I saw whenever I was moving this time around, it was on a place I couldn't afford, so I didn't go with it. But it was the first 2 months were free, and you got a $2,000 gift card. Or see those internet posts about how much larger a home on acres of land costs in Texas. Always makes me want to move there. Yeah, I'm just the kind of person, I don't want to be out in the middle of nowhere. I like the city life. I've been able to make it work, and honestly, this place isn't a fucking paradise, that's for sure, but it's cheap enough. Like, it's hard for me to find anything cheaper than this. I like the conveniences of it. I like being able to, you know, go out whenever, or I don't know. But things are different for me, where I spent all my time growing up in the woods, hunting, all that stuff. I was in BFE always. So I think it's probably just more like we all want something a little different than what it used to be or whatever, you know? Changing it up from how it constantly was before. A single stream has been disrupted by police sirens and helicopters overhead. True. True. I mean, they've been happening. You guys just can't hear it. No, I'm kidding. This spot's not. Where I'm at is like kind of on the edge. Like if you go any further from here, it starts to get where you don't want to be. Not really like that bad, but like. Austin doesn't have any of those spots where it's like, you don't want to be out here after dark, that kind of thing. There are places that are definitely less safe for sure, but. I grew up in a small town in northern Arizona. It took me 30 years before I wanted it back. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'll definitely never say that. There's no way I'd ever want it, because things change. Life changes, right? Dude, what is up with the 8mm? What is up with me being sick? Get out of here. Fuck off. I think if I were a single man, though, I'd live in a city 100%. Country life is just going to be great for a family. Yeah, for sure. That's for sure. Wouldn't want to be near the bridge bats after dark. Okay. They'll suck you dry, and not in the way that you like. Yo, what up, Hawkster? How you doing? Yeah, that makes total sense. Hi, Mac. That makes total sense. Making the tough choices. He doesn't like going, like people are going out as much as we moved into the forest. That is interesting and surprising. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the same as you. Just as much as you. I do like going out, but I want to go out with a group of people I like, and I want to do, you know, activities that are fun or whatever. And that's the tougher part, where it ends up where if you go out, a lot of times you'll end up going out with a group of people you don't like, or there are people involved that you don't like, and you're doing an activity you don't like. And that shit sucks. He goes out with his friends for an afternoon and he's 2 weeks to recharge. Damn. Draining that social battery. Well, doing things with my girl, just not other people. Yeah. I definitely find it tough to make friends as an adult. Because my interests and trust and all those things just do not align with a lot of people. And like if I go out, it's just a lot of guys are just saying a bunch of shit that like, hey, I'm out. Me personally, I'm out to have a great evening, doing whatever. Let's talk. Let's play some games, whatever. And they want to do the dumb shit of like, man, I'd fuck the shit out of that girl. You know, that kind of dumbass commentary the whole time. And I'm like, dude, like, really? Can we just like, can you just not be a fucking idiot for like a second? And then that's what it all devolves into. Whether they're single or not. Found it hard to form a central friend group since moving. My girl joined a mother's group, so now I'm forced to mingle with the other husbands / boyfriends. Oh boy. Oh boy. That sounds exhilarating. My son and I should travel to Austin and hang out. He'll be 21 in December. Hey, let me know. I would be down. Although, yeah, you got to make sure that he 21's when things may pop off for him, you know. Damn, do I take this fucking giant bag? I really don't, really don't want to. I feel like I almost have to though. Yeah, I'm just not very trustworthy of people anymore. And it's weird because I do think I'm very like a small talk kind of person. But then, I don't know, I catch bad vibes from so many people all the time. So it kind of like holds me back from wanting to do small conversation with people sometimes, a lot of times. And people are fucking weird, man. People are really fucking weird. Like, the other night, when I told you guys that I was going to go down to the bar and grab a drink and a burger after the stream. I went down there. was having burger. Guy sits next to me and starts bragging about how much ammo he has out in his car. I'm like, dude, you are a fucking psychopath. What is wrong with you? Oh my God, the Car 98. Live in Texas, get Texas conversations. It's not so much a like it got to that point. I 100% get Texas conversations getting to that point. This guy, like 2 sentences in, is talking about this. That's not normal. To me, that's massive red flag. This guy has, I don't know. This guy has issues. Maybe he wasn't from Texas and was thinking that's what a Texan would talk about. Maybe. Yeah. I don't think that maybe those of you guys that don't know Texas that well, Austin is not like Texas. Austin is very different. Very different. If you brought up your love for guns and ammo, sure. But if you just got that off the rip, yeah, exactly. Some parts of it can be. Sure. But I mean, like, overall, yeah, Austin is not like the rest of Texas. Talking out of my ass, never been to Texas. But yeah, that's fair. I mean, I got the point you're trying to say, but. Also, it's just like, why? Why do you have a fucking ton of ammo in your car? You know, like if you got back from the range, okay, yeah, but like, why? And then why are you telling me this random at the bar? Like, guys, how often have you heard me talk about my guns on stream? My actual real guns. That's something that I got taught very young. You don't talk about your guns. No way. Dude. What is going on right now? Been here 12 years, never knew you had any. What the hell kind of luck is this? True. About time though, right? About fucking time. I am kind of anxious to shoot this Car 98. I wonder what it's like in DayZ. Oh. Yo, iMac, thank you for the gifted sub out to Mr. JJ UK. By the way, guys, that's 286 gifted subs. Legend. Thank you, iMac. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you, dude. Also, Hawkster dropping 200 bits on us. Thank you for the 2 this evening, Hawkster. Don't forget, you can use the text-to-speech AI with that. if you ever decide to. Just a quick reminder. I'd like to remind everybody. I think the move is to establish yourself as a regular at a local bar and befriend the staff. I don't want that though, you know? That means I have to drink a lot more than I should be. Although, maybe that was in response to somebody else. No. Also, let's be clear. Whenever I said Austin isn't like the rest of Texas, I don't mean to shit on the rest of Texas. I'm not also just saying it is. It's just very different. iMac with 14 gifted subs. Holy. Even 300. By the way, I'm pretty sure, guys, that is the first person to have gifted 300 subs. So, if you will, please join me. Get some W's in the chat. Boys and girls. Men and women. Come up here. Come here. Come here. You tell iMac, thank you. You tell him right now. You tell him. You tell him, buddy. You tell him. Thank you, iMac. Appreciate the 300. Insane. Somebody. Come. You're really wondering how it translates to treats. Yeah, he's got the gears turning in his head. It's funny because he now recognizes that, I think I told you guys this, he's starting to recognize that the slider sound going off on my Go XLR, because when they click, or when they go max out at the top or max out at the bottom, it will make a click sound. And he has now realized that he can, that I'm about to stream when my Go X is going crazy barking today. I think that's what made him sick. See if I can get him to do it. I might have to. Yeah, let's do it this way. Oh, also he recognizes the word later. So let's see if I act like, all right, later, guys. He knows that when I say later, guys, that I'm about to end the stream. He's like, I'm getting in there. Let's go. Oh my, what? Where did all you come from? Back to work tomorrow. Oh. No. All right, take it easy, Dark Tire. See you later, my dude. Thankfully, the treats that I get him are pretty cheap. He really likes those, like bacon type treats. So I get those and it's like $3. for a bag of those that'll last most of a month. I'm still working on chewy treats, trying to find a good middle ground between, because even the ones that are, you know, it's the rawhide ones that last the longest, but I've learned now I have to stop giving him those. So I've tried a lot of the ones everyone suggests, and he just destroys them so fast. Yeah, I've tried everything. But is what it is. I guess maybe it's just kind of one of those things where he's very treat motivated, so he doesn't like, he won't half-ass a treat. He's all in until it's gone. Damn, dude, look at us go. We've got a fucking car 98. I guess I should find some tape and make a suppressor for this bad boy, huh? I haven't really shot it before, so I don't know. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yes. I'm worried about giving him bones. I'm worried that he's gonna like break or chip teeth on it. And I know their teeth are stronger than ours, but I still worry about it. I kind of feel like maybe it's just best to not do that at all if possible. If he was a bigger dog, for sure, I wouldn't mind it. But being as small as he is, and how I know he doesn't hold back when it comes to treats, I get worried that he's gonna like hurt his teeth. That's nice, Labby. Yeah, I'm... A little fucker actually annoys me sometimes because I'm like, you know what, I want to try to give you the best life I can. Tell you what, I want to mix up your food so you're not eating the same thing all the time. And then I'll get some food that he doesn't like, and then he just won't even fucking eat it. And then I'm like, okay, you little shithead, fuck you. You gotta, you get back to eating the same thing, you son of a bitch. Try to be nice, and this is how you reward me, by starving yourself to death. All right. All right. Bully sticks are not bones. No. Yeah, I do know about bully sticks, but he'd eat that thing in fucking half a second. Like depending on the size. Like the longer ones, I guess it'd take a while. But I've got things where I'm like, this is definitely gonna take a while. This thing feels as hard as a rock, and he just shred it in like 30 seconds. kind of thinking about maybe going up the hill to where I died at. Seeing if there's any gear left over up there, but I don't know. I basically have better gear now, so maybe it's a waste of time. 35-pound bag lasted 6 weeks. Yeah, with him, thankfully, because his size. I mean, you guys that have big dogs, I'm like, damn, let's go through a ton of food. With his size, the small bags that are just like $10 will last that long, like 6 weeks. Okay, sounds good. Best therapy dog. Now, labs are that. For sure. 35-pound delivered every 4 weeks. Holy. I'm also thinking about whenever I'm out in the dog park and Jack's poops and I have to pick it up and put it in a little dog poop container. I'm like, man, if I had a giant dog and I'm picking up a shit the size of mine basically every day. £90, yeah. Whew. Picking up no shits with bags. Got me a pooper scooper. That's fair. That's fair. I had to do that, so I moved to the forest. Don't clean up poop off the forest floor. That's fair. Yeah, I agree. There's eventually you're just fertilizing the forest is all. Man, I hope I can live for the rest of the stream. I'm probably not going to go a whole lot longer, but I wanted to get positioned over here by this town. It would be really nice to start tomorrow with this gear. Speaking of like pests, one thing I've rarely experienced since moving here, and maybe it's worse in other parts of Texas, but I have experienced so few mosquitoes here that I just forget about them sometimes now. And to me, I am blown away by that because in Missouri, the mosquitoes were just fucking unbearable, always. To the point that you just didn't even want to go outside during the summer. And now I'm outside during the summer all the time. damn near forget they are a thing sometimes. I'm like, damn, how great is this? Found a stove, by the way. Found the secret cook shack out here. Damn. This is nice. All the parts we needed. Hell yeah. Maybe we do have a secret Santa. Lived in Minnesota for 10 years and we had a shit ton of them there. Not an issue in Arizona for the most part. That's crazy. I would feel it's insane to me to think that. My brain would tell me that all the cold weather would kill them off. I guess not. But same thing, I hear that the bugs are insane in Alaska as well. I don't know how true that is, but I heard that it gets pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, not a lot of water pooling. Yeah, true. Mosquito, the state bird. Yeah, fuck that. I hate mosquitoes so much. I think what really fucked me up when it came to mosquitoes was all the times that I'd be out turkey hunting. And when you're turkey hunting, you gotta try to sit really still because they can see really well. So you're getting fucking ripped apart by mosquitoes and you can't move. You can't slap them. And I'm just like, somebody get me out of this hell, please, immediately. Yeah, chiggers are terrible as well. Absolutely terrible. Haven't experienced those in a long time. And seed ticks. Ugh. Yeah, it's crazy because there's been those discussions, right, several times about how we could potentially wipe out mosquitoes. I'm like, yeah, send my money to that, please. Do that for me. That's the real shit we want done out here. That's making a real difference in the world right there. Do they have a purpose we need? Hard to believe. So from my understanding, what I've read and seen is that obviously there are certain animals that feed on them, like bats and stuff. But apparently it wouldn't actually impact things that much if they completely wiped them out. Yeah. And apparently they pretty well know how to do it. So I'm out here like, let's fucking get it done. Get the job done. Wipe those motherfuckers out. Vote for me. No mosquitoes. God, I'm look at this. I have 2 nice rifles right now. I'm so torn. What do I keep? I feel like as long as I can keep the ammo, I'd kind of like to use the Kar98, but I need to find some duct tape so I can put a suppressor on this thing. Oh, of course they can. Of course they can. Code man. They might not care. Probably think it's theirs. Isn't wait, is Bill still with his wife? Or no? I can't remember. I was gonna say if they got split up, maybe he won't care about that stuff much anymore. Afraid of the Epstein exposure. I see. I see. What a fucking mess all that is. And still no answers. At this point, probably never will be. Freshly made egg rolls. Hmm. I think Bill Gates and Bill Clinton made those. Most trips are near at the top. Yeah, well, apparently all those motherfuckers. It would be interesting to know, which I guess we probably never will, because nobody wants to be like, yeah, I went and nothing, you know, like how many people thought that it was, like went purely innocently, thinking it was something different. And never were involved with anything, were not bad people, that kind of thing, you know? Yeah, well, considering Trump's close friendship with Epstein, I doubt any real finality will ever come from it. At least not right now. They weren't close at the end, right? At the end. Like toward the end, at least from the recordings I heard, there was a bit of a divide between Epstein and Trump, and especially the things that Epstein was saying. That he knew him very well, basically. I don't know. It's just kind of weird and stupid that this is something that gets paraded about for so long that all that information is going to be shared, and then it's not shared. So it's like, okay, well, god damn. Killing one of those cows might be nice right now. Probably shouldn't though. Yeah, I guess honestly at the end of the day, it's not even that I need to know. I don't feel that I'm some privileged position to know all these things. But it's as long as I knew or was communicated with the public that it's been taken care of, and that these people went down in this way, that's fine. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I speak for everyone. I'm just saying that I don't ever feel like I'm in some privileged position to know all information at all times. Especially when it comes to, like, obviously active court cases or pursuit of cases, right, that may take a long period of time. It's tough to reveal that information. I get that. But feeling as though nothing was done or anything, that's the unacceptable part. Yeah, I'm still on Chinaris. And it's just, obviously, especially with him going out the way he did, killing himself and everything, it's just... I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but that, I think all of us are just like, those are young girls. I agree with you. It's just maybe a bit of naivety in me where I'm like, I felt that most people in the world felt that exact same way, and that shit would get fucking handled and stomped out, right? Oh man, what a disaster. A lot of that shit is. I think the most insane part of all that is they get to get away with it all. Nothing will ever happen. How's the old saying go? Laws for thee and not for me. Something along those lines. Yeah. Yeah, it's just disgusting to even think about how many people in our government that should be in jail, at least for a little while. Term limits on all positions. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, again, we talked about that earlier. It's all the money thing. The money thing is taken care of. All this shit just starts magically falling into place real fast. Because what wins elections right now? Money. What would win elections in the future if the money in politics was gone? Getting shit done. And actual, like, you know, populist policies and stuff. Telling the people that you're going to do what they want and then doing it. Actually, you know, it's not even that part that annoys me with Codeman, what you're saying. It's not even like the ironic part of that that bothers me the most. I think it's the blatant, like, spitting in people's faces over the issue. Like, put it this way. I feel like maybe I'm wrong here, but I feel like what would go over a lot better with most American people is if people in government make a mistake and they come out and they say it and they say, hey guys, we fucked up right here. We fucked up right here and here's how we're going to fix it. Either this person gets fired or here are the next steps of how it's going to be fixed. And instead, there's a spitting in people's faces and saying stuff like, you know, no, that's not what it was. No, this is a witch hunt, this kind of shit. Just admit you fucked up and move on. It's that easy. Fuck up. Fix it. Like, admit it, fix it, move on. That's the issue on that iMac, right? Is that because I don't know the depth of all of it either. I just know that it's been very clear for how many administrations now, administration after administration keeps using like unsecure paths of communication for very sensitive information. In this case, Signal, but in other administrations, emails that end up getting leaked or hacked or whatever, and on insecure servers or whatever. Like, there's a million different ways this keeps going down. And all of it because two things, right? One, people are fucking lazy. These people are lazy. And two, these people are ignorant of the processes and technology. That would have been the average military member. Holy cow, hell to be paid. Exactly. That's, again, more continued laws for thee, but not for me. I don't expect, unless if it's not malicious, then it's not a big deal, right? But it should be like a, hey, we fucked up. You make a statement. It's that easy. We fucked up. Here's what we're doing to fix it. Here's how we're taking steps to make sure it never happens again. And then whenever you take those steps to not if you choose to not fire people at the top of government because it wasn't malicious, then start applying that to some military people that make mistakes and potentially, have their lives ruined. As the attorney, it's fucking exciting to find on the other side, but it's long, miserable nights when it's your client. People that grow up with technology think it won't happen to them. Yeah. And even myself, I would never, ever pretend that I know Like, I feel like I have a good grasp of technology, but that's a whole different world, right? You better put me through some fucking classes real fast, because I want to make sure I'm not fucking anything up. So stubbornness and laziness, ignorance, all combined in one. No, we're fine to just fucking text this shit. Are you fucking kidding me, man? And that's just like an overarching thing for me. I don't. It's just there's just so many pinpoints of information that you can look at and try to get critical over that it just starts to fucking piss me off and like melt my brain down. So I'm not concerned about this or that one instance. It's more of like everyone, all the time, both sides. Admit when you're wrong, or let's start fucking firing people. Because, I'll put it this way. There are a lot of people that they get very upset about cancel culture. And this is another way of mine, I think, that I differ in thinking from a lot of people. Because I don't have any issues with cancel culture personally. I think overall cancel culture has done more good than it has bad. Cancel culture itself is not the problem. The problem with how cancel culture goes about things is not allowing people to get their forgiveness, not forgiving people. If you did something really fucking bad, you fucked up, but you give a very sincere apology, to me, that's all I want from people. I just want a legit, sincere apology. I will forgive, personally, people of some pretty bad things if I feel like I'm getting a sincere apology from them. And especially if they try to, you know, go through what steps they're going to try to do to improve things. So, in general, there are some misses from cancel culture. That's not the bad part, in my opinion. Not even close. The bad part is not allowing people to make their mistakes, apologize, and grow from them. We've all made mistakes. If you apologize and grow from it, you're just doing a normal human process, right? And that should be allowed. And if we saw more actual forgiveness for mistakes like that, we would probably see less people being stubborn and acting like they did nothing wrong when they did do something wrong, you know? But some shit doesn't warrant an apology or caving until it's part of cancel culture. You can't convince me that cancel culture is forgiving of apologies. No, that's what I'm saying. That's literally what I just was saying, is that they aren't. People are not allowed to mess up and be forgiven. Damn, this spot is crazy. What? Wait a second. Is that? Okay, no. Yeah, the pedophile thing, no. Yeah, there's again, there are some, it's not everything, but there's a lot of things for me. I would even potentially say some cases of murder. Which maybe sounds weird to say, but we'd have to like draw out the circumstances. Obviously, like imagine you have a daughter and she gets raped by a guy and you kill this guy. Obviously, I think almost anybody's going to be okay with that, right? Probably no apology needed. But then start trying to draw it back from there. No. And again, that's what I'm saying. I don't think cancel culture was perfect by any means. I think there were plenty of times that things went too far and people got called out that shouldn't. But my thing is, hopefully there would have been less of that if those people would call out the people that need to be called out and then allow the people that truly ask or put out an apology and seems like they're genuine and trying to make steps to improve, give them their forgiveness over the situation and at least a second chance, you know? Hopefully, if there was more of that going on, it would be less of canceling people that don't need to be canceled and stubbornness and lack of accountability from people that deserve it, you know? My problem started with every woman should be believed. Yeah, maybe that kind of statement should be just worded a little differently too. Like every woman should feel listened to or something along those lines. Because at the end of the day, all of us know there are crazy people on both sides, in every part of life. There are insane people that will lie and make up crazy stories. Sometimes for no fucking reason, but absolutely for ways that will benefit them. I'm pretty certain I just heard a fucking bear. If this bear fucking comes and kills me, I might drop kick my fucking monitor. You keep mentioning bears. Have we seen one yet? No, but I know I heard one the other day, and I'm pretty certain that I just heard one there. Yeah, 100%. There need to be massive punishments for people that try to ruin others' lives when it's proven. Because that is absolutely life-ruining shit, right? That would be worth a few subs if you do. No, not fucking worth. Not worth it. Not worth it. I know they exist. I went to see one. Oh, were you not watching whenever I played Hashima? Yeah, I ran into those motherfuckers there. Fuck bears. Are there even bears on Tanaris? I didn't think they were because I hadn't seen them, and since I run into wolves like 30 times a fucking day, I imagined if they existed, I would see them, but now I've been hearing them. So yeah, basically all that to say, whenever somebody goes through something that is really fucking stupid and they put out no apology, and instead, like, depending on the situation, right? There are some people that should not apologize because they did nothing wrong, and it's all a lie. For sure, of course, those happen. But I'm just going to cover one quick situation really quick, and hopefully most of you will understand immediately whenever I say the Dr. Disrespect situation. Dude, fuck all of that. Gonna get a refill. Hold off on killing the bear. I do not want to see this guy, because if I see the bear, it'll probably kill my ass. Wait, they'll only knock you out and leave like zombies? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The issue was on Hashima that the bear would re-aggro on me. I couldn't get far enough away to get it to not aggro, but maybe that's not much of an issue on Janaris. I just heard that motherfucker again. No. Is that... He wouldn't be able to get up here, right? Oh, God. Maybe I can... If I feel that he's actually going to attack me, maybe I can jump to a different part of this house. He's just, what, pathing up the fucking wood line? Teleport to the top of a water tower? Oh, God. Fuck this. I haven't heard him again. Guys, should we go find the bear? About 6 hedge. He sounded so much further away. He's wagging his tail. You guys think a bear shits in the woods? I wish that he would go. I want to watch the chopper crash, and I want to see somebody loot it, and he goes and attacks them. He keeps wagging his tail. Whenever I ran into them on Hashima, I could, if I got inside a building or on top of some things, they would leave me alone. Well, they couldn't get to me. Not that they would leave me alone. Look at this, guys. See how much easier it is for me to not fucking hate something you put into the game as long as it doesn't just fucking ruin your gameplay all the time, like wolves? I mean, even though we were behind him, we were pretty close. And he didn't aggro, so. Wolves just aggro on you from fucking miles away and they can't even fucking see your ass. Okay, we're fucking letting his ass go. We're not fucking with him anymore. Dogs that have superhuman scent tracking abilities, sure, but you know, we could again revisit the realism versus enjoyable gameplay situation, and the way wolves are now is not enjoyable gameplay. Wait, you've seen 3 to 4 bears together by Tizzy? What the fuck? Fuck that. Yeah, fuck you, Six Pedal. Absolutely not. Could you set up a decoy fire in that town and go back to the vantage point? Well, I kind of don't need to. I mean, look at the smoke. It's massive. If anybody was around here, they would see it. I think it's probably just late in the night. Server population is starting to dwindle. Didn't happen to be anybody around close enough to hear it. And if there was, maybe they just weren't interested. Or maybe somebody's already slipped in and looted and I just don't know it because it's a little downhill. I don't even think I'm going to loot it, to be honest. I just wanted to snipe over it. I don't see anybody. Try not to risk dying so we have a good character to play on tomorrow. Yeah, there's a zombie right here. And one right here. And one right there. So I don't think anybody's come through, but I guess they could have come through before the zombies spawned. It's weird the bear has stopped making noise now. Maybe he's just out of range for me to be able to hear him. Zombies spawn as soon as someone gets in range of it. I've looted a lot of chopper crashes that didn't spawn zombies until after I left. Maybe that's just a bug. A recent bug or something, but... See, I miss the days, man. I miss the days of long range, like crazy long range sniping, like in the mod, you know, way out here and stuff. I wish that they would put effort into bringing that back. Oh, I just heard the bear again. Mod had it because it was based on a milsim. Rocket didn't have that vision for the game, so it'll probably never make it to vanilla. Yeah, well, they've also changed a lot of DayZ away from Rocket's vision. There wasn't supposed to be lore behind the game, and they've added that. There's a lot of things that have changed away from Rocket's vision of the game. To those of you on TikTok, sorry, I don't, my TikTok chat's on a different monitor, so I don't see it, super frequently. I don't have a good chat program that combines them all yet, but yeah, I'm mostly responding to people on Twitch and YouTube. You want to help me snipe? You gonna be my spotter? You wanna be my spotter? What you see out there? What you seeing? What you spotting? You gonna test the wind for me? Well, I think it's safe to say nobody's coming to this chopper crash. And this little pup is saying it's time for him to go OUT. Was the whole TikTok trial as stupid as the clip videos made it out to be or not? All I've seen was the owner saying we're not Chinese, we are Singaporean. Well, it's him, right? Not the company. I think there are probably some valid concerns there. Now, the depth of it, I don't know. I didn't do a ton of research, but he himself is Singaporean, not the company. But considering the power of social media these days, I think it's right to be skeptical and have trials, but our trials or like discussions in Congress have obviously become people trying to say some dumb shit to make a viral clip rather than have a legitimate conversation as adults these days. I think I'm gonna move away from the bear this way. But they let us play Riot Games crap and have one of the most intrusive anti-cheat out of all of them, also owned by a Chinese company, Tencent. Right, but I think, well, there's probably two things. Tencent's probably sent a ton of money. Number one. Number two, not only just the length of time that we've seen and been able to evaluate, and you can't tell me that we don't have people in the FBI and such monitoring that, right? All I'm trying to say is I think it's very fair to have upfront skepticism. And honestly, even continued skepticism of everything over time. So long as they're getting paid to spy on us, it's okay with our government. Oh yeah, I think we've all known that shit for a long time. As long as they're getting paid, they'll sell us for a fucking dollar. Well, we're in a pretty good area. Do I have any food? I don't. I guess that can be our first objective tomorrow. We're in a pretty good area. We've got some good basics. I've got a helmet. Got 2 nice rifles. Got the meds we need. Got the full stove set up. We definitely need to switch to a plate carrier. We need to get some food, which we can definitely do tomorrow. We're in a great area in the map. I really enjoy playing up here. We're gonna, hopefully, we don't get killed instantly tomorrow. And I'll be honest, I might even start with my alt account tomorrow. Gear that up so then we have 2 accounts geared up that we can kind of swap between. I'm not exactly sure the best way to approach like having 2 accounts and playing them. If I want to do like just playing one when one dies, or maybe playing different areas of the map on the same character. Or sorry, different characters, different accounts. So like I'd have this guy up north and I'd have this guy like down around Zelenogorsk or something. Not sure how I would be best, but I should implement that for sure. These 2 accounts and only don't start that. You know why and what happened. You know why and what happened. Let's move past that. Let's move past that. All right, fair enough. That's fair. It's tough for me to catch everything through text rather than voice. I'm sure in voice I would have picked up a little easier. Oh, Labby has her pet pictures here. I believe she mentioned that this lab unfortunately had passed on, but this was her old service animal. Man, look at this grass. I just want to just take a nap in this grass right now. Wait, does the dog have... Is the pumpkin in the dog's mouth? Yes? Just carrying a pumpkin around? That's funny. Carried that thing till it started to rot. That's great. Oh, it sucks to lose pets. They are absolutely family members. Definitely sucks to lose them. Sorry about that, Labby. All right. Well, I think it's time. It's time for me to head out. Crash out. We've got Dog hit me harder than my grandmother dying. Yeah, I think I'll be the same when this little guy finally is gone. They definitely pry their way into your life, you know? All right, well, we'll be back at it again tomorrow. I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes. I might start off on my alt account and get it geared up a little. We'll see. I think it's likely that I won't have them on the same servers, though. I'll have them on different servers for a little bit different experiences. So I'm glad you've been enjoying you enjoyed the conversation today, Hawkster. I agree, it was good. There are probably people that we chased off. That probably happened. There were some people that didn't like it, but as much as I try to run and hide from it, it is a part of me as well. But I want to have those discussions more, so I could say that like passing on information to people and helping them, but also I like learning and changing my viewpoints on things. And I feel like I can't if I don't get to talk about it, you know? So it was good. It was a good stream. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. For sure, Labby, for sure. Agreed. We'll be back at it again tomorrow. More DayZ. I hope you guys will tune in. Hope you all have a great rest of your night and a great day tomorrow at work for those of you that are headed in. And yeah. We got through Monday at least. Got through Monday at least. Have a good night, everybody. Later.